Indy fã que acompanha o canal Blog da Indy, seja muito bem-vindo, boa tarde. Primeiramente a gente já pede desculpa por ontem, né? Infelizmente foi aí, acho que a primeira classificação que nós não podemos fazer no ao vivo, mas hoje estamos aqui para compensar essa classificação que a gente não pôde acompanhar juntos, fazendo um pré-race aqui de 1 hora, 16h07, pinta a bandeira verde lá em Indianápolis, com a ajuda divina e de São Pedro e mais alguns santos, em tudo que você puder acreditar, até no Senhor do Raio, você pode pedir ajuda para que tenha corrida. Tô ao lado do professor Virgílio. Boa tarde, mestre. Como que você tá?
Boa tarde, pessoal. Boa tarde, Jackson. Vamos lá fazer esse pré-corrida, uma corrida no sábado, né? Se bem que na Indy, corridas aos sábados não são tão raras assim. Normalmente é um sábado à noite, né? Um sábado à tarde não tão usual. Mas vamos falar um pouquinho sobre ontem, né? O que aconteceu nas atividades, nos 2 treinos livres, alguns destaques, algumas preocupações. E ficarmos atentos, né? O botãozinho do F5 tá sendo clicado aqui a todo momento para pegar informações com relação às condições climáticas de Indianápolis. As últimas informações são de que a corrida da Indy Lights foi interrompida por uma situação de alerta de raios, assim como é uma tradição em todos os esportes ao ar livre nos Estados Unidos. Quando se tem essa situação de probabilidade de raios, é pedido uma evacuação das arquibancadas, que os espectadores busquem, né, locais mais seguros para poder se abrigar até que o alerta passe. E eu peguei uma imagem de radar aqui pelo Twitter e afirmava que os raios estavam caindo entre 10 e 15 milhas do circuito. Então já entrou no raio de segurança e por isso foi acionado esse procedimento. Agora é aguardar para ver quais são os procedimentos de horário, até para ver se a corrida da Indy Lights é retomada antes da corrida da Indy, que eu sinceramente acredito que não vai acontecer. Acho que ela deve ser adiada para um momento posterior à corrida da Indy. E vermos, né? Quem sabe esses raios não trazem chuva e tudo aquilo que foi testado, treinado ao longo de 2 sessões de treino livre, mais warm-up, mais classificação, seja jogada fora para os pilotos pegarem a pista molhada no dia de hoje. Vamos ver.
Então, galera, para quem pegou a informação aí, né? Para quem pode não estar entendendo nada da nossa abertura da live, essas primeiras palavras do Virgílio, é que lá no meio oeste americano tá caindo o mundo lá para aqueles lados, tá? Então, assim, ainda não começou a chover no Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A IndyCar, ela adiantou a largada, a programação da corrida da Indy em praticamente 23 minutos. A bandeira verde pintaria às 16h30.
Isso é engraçado. Em praticamente 23, você fez a conta que foi 23 minutos, cara.
Isso.
Então,
23
não
minutos.
É praticamente.
Porque seria às 16h30 e será às 16h07. Mas do jeito que as coisas tá, antecipar muito mais não tem como, porque o principal foco da Indy é a TV dos Estados Unidos. Ou seja, a NBC, ela faz um pré-race ali muito bacana, né, Virgílio, de meia hora mais ou menos. Então a NBC já entraria às 16 horas com a transmissão da Indy. O que acontece? A partir das 16 horas, independente se a corrida fosse às 4h30 ou às 4h07, lá nos Estados Unidos, lá em Indianápolis, aqui melhor dizendo, né, horário de Brasília, a NBC entra. Dá tempo de fazer o Gentleman Start Our Engines, as 3 voltas de apresentação e a largada. Vai lá.
Notícia oficial da Indy Lights, eles adiaram a corrida, que foi interrompida pela metade. Não tem ainda uma confirmação de quando vai acontecer. Further updates on the race will be forthcoming. Então, as atualizações ainda estão por vir, mas já é oficial, a corrida da Indy Lights está suspensa. Agora ficar no aguardo o quanto que isso vai impactar a corrida da Indy de logo mais.
E aí, Virgílio, o Indy Funk tá ligado aqui, aquele das mais antigas, né, que acompanha já a Fórmula Indy, aquele que está chegando há pouco tempo, pergunta assim, mas por que toda essa precaução se a corrida não é no oval de Indianápolis e sim no misto de Indianápolis?
Olha, a questão é uma questão mais de segurança com os espectadores e que não envolve necessariamente o automobilismo, mas o esporte nos Estados Unidos ele é tratado dessa maneira. Confesso que eu não sei se houve um histórico de algum incidente envolvendo raio, chuva, alguma coisa assim que possa ter levado a óbito algum espectador durante algum evento. Eu sinceramente não sei, mas é um procedimento de segurança. Então, se for um evento da NFL, né, que é o futebol americano, no estádio aberto e tem condições climáticas desse jeito, os procedimentos são exatamente iguais a esses que estão sendo feitos agora. Então, é emitido o alerta, né, por estações meteorológicas, né, que ficam fazendo o acompanhamento desses dados. Aí os espectadores, as equipes, são todos eles solicitados, né, um abrigo em locais mais seguros do que ficarem expostos. E a gente sabe, né, que no Indianapolis Motor Speedway você tem áreas de camping, temos arquibancadas que não são cobertas, enfim. Então, a todas essas pessoas é emitido essa solicitação e só depois que os especialistas, né, nas condições meteorológicas que estão acompanhando isso, só depois que eles dão um aval para o evento ocorrer, é que aí sim o público é chamado de volta aos seus lugares, as equipes vão mais uma vez prepararem os carros e o evento se dá. Eu estou com imagens ao vivo aqui pelo Star Plus, né, que tem uma imagem aqui da Indy Lights retratando o tempo está fechando, tem imagens de chuvas bem fortes nas imediações. Começa a ficar com receio desse evento, Jackson, se ele vai ocorrer com uma normalidade ou se ele pode vir a ser adiado até mesmo para o dia de amanhã.
Eu não sei se você consegue ver seu WhatsApp enquanto você está aí, mas eu te mandei uma mensagem do Eric Smith, que é um jornalista lá de Indianápolis, né? E parece que ele já está dizendo ali que já está a 8 milhas de distância os raios, né?
Deixa eu pegar aqui a mensagem. Ele falou que exatamente isso, que está a 8 milhas, já tem uma expectativa de adiamento de 30 minutos para 1h47 no horário local. Na melhor das possibilidades aqui, eles estimam as 2h17 para o tempo começar a melhorar. 2h17, qual que é o fuso horário de Indianápolis para o Brasil, Jackson?
Eu acredito que esteja em 2 horas.
2 horas? Então seria...
1 hora. 4... Lá agora é 13h53. 1 hora. Tá como o da Flórida.
Então Então, às 3h17 deve ter um novo
Um boletim.
update, né? Um novo boletim. Então,
vamos ver como que tá o tempo lá, ó. Essas imagens são de agora. A Andrea, né? Andrea Leite, que é assessora do Hélio Castro Neves, mandou esse vídeo aí pra gente, ó.
Então, aí quem vê assim acha que tá mil maravilhas, né? Que tá um céu bonito, entre nuvens, mas as informações estão dando um alerta, né, de perigo mesmo desse clima, né, dele ficar ainda pior.
Em Mid-Ohio, né? Foi cancelado o IMSA, você estava comentando, né?
Foi interrompido, mas já voltou. Lá eles estão vivendo a classificação, tá tendo uma classificação da prova do IMSA, parece que foi retomado há uns 3, 4 minutos atrás.
Galera, vamos ver enquanto isso aí, enquanto o Virgílio vai pescando mais informações, a volta que deu a pole position, a 64ª na carreira do Will Power, está a 3 poles do Mário Andretti. O Elinho tem 50 poles, para vocês terem uma ideia. O AJ Foyt tem 53, o Bob Unser 49, são os 5 que mais tem poles. A Penske conseguiu sua pole de número 286, muito na frente da segunda colocada, que é a extinta e finada Newman Haas Race, com 109 poles. A Chip Ganassi tem 92 poles. A equipe Andretti Autosports, ela tem 47 poles, mas com mais 17 poles lá da época do Team Green da kart, iria para 64 poles. E a AJ Foyt também tem 45 poles. Vamos ver então aqui a volta de Will Power.
Bam. P1, my friend. Yeah, P1, man. P1. Yes! You don't know how long it's been since I've had a pole on the road course. Great last sector, man. Great last sector.
Posição 1, meu amigo, disse o engenheiro do Power. E daí, Virgílio, você que acompanhou bastante a classificação, o Alex Palou ficou na saudade quando viu essa volta aí, né?
Então, ficou. Na verdade, o Palou ele fez um grande treino, né? Deu para perceber que inversamente proporcional a outros eventos onde normalmente os motores Hondas se mostram um pouquinho melhor do que os Chevys em situação de classificação, que é onde você precisa daquele boost a mais, né? Daquela potência mais refinada. No circuito misto de Indianápolis a situação foi o contrário, né? Houve um domínio por parte dos motores Chevy, né, com diversas equipes, né, com a Penske, com a McLaren, até mesmo com o Conor Daly, que a gente vai elogiar bastante, né? Há muito tempo ele não fazia um treino de classificação tão bom. Ano passado ele fez uma classificação de um dos Indy GPs, não lembro agora se foi o primeiro ou o segundo, também muito legal, mas sofreu um acidente logo na primeira curva, na primeira volta, né?
Foi nesse de maio.
Exato. Então, assim, ele tem um certo controle, tem um certo domínio com relação à pista, mas o que pode ter surpreendido algumas pessoas que não perceberam o desenvolvimento do treino, foi que ao longo de todo o treino livre 2, que quando foi aplicado pela primeira vez o composto vermelho, né, de pneus vermelhos, os mais macios, foram que os pilotos falaram da incrível degradação que eles estão tendo, né? Não se sabe direito o porquê, né, que está tendo essa diferença. Muito se atribui à temperatura mais elevada do que estava previsto para a época, né, para essa época do ano. Nós tivemos sensação térmica, né, de 37 graus ontem, então assim, foi bem quente mesmo. A temperatura da pista mesmo, do asfalto, chegou a ultrapassar a casa dos 45 graus. Então, para Indianápolis, para essa época, é um calor absurdo. Então, os pilotos falaram assim, quase que em mesmo tom, que depois de 5, 6 voltas, o desempenho do pneu vermelho cai absurdamente. Então, eu acredito que numa corrida vai ser aquela corrida para se livrar do pneu vermelho. Então, aqueles que... inclusive saiu até a lista, já que são dos pilotos que vão largar com o composto vermelho, praticamente todos, com exceção do Devlin De Francesco e acho que do Graham Hall, se não me engano, que anunciou que vai começar com os pneus primários, né? Todos os outros devem começar com o vermelho. Já é para eliminar, para tirar esse pneu vermelho logo, porque ele vai ser uma situação, um problema. Então, durante os treinos, os pilotos não economizaram, os treinos de classificação, não cansaram de usar o composto vermelho novo para garantir a possibilidade de avançar para a próxima etapa, né, para o próximo segmento. Tanto é que, de todo o treino de classificação, as voltas mais rápidas foram no Fast 12, onde os carros, num equilíbrio absurdo, né? Eles estavam em... Aí, ó. Então, saiu aí já, né, Jackson? Então...
A Firestone acabou de publicar isso daí.
Então é o Graham Hall, isso mesmo, Dylan De Francesco, o Scott Dixon e o Malucas começando com o vermelho e todos os demais com o preto. Então, esses aí, ó, o Graham, o Scott, o Devlin e o Malucas querem se livrar rápido do pneu e provavelmente fazer os seus próximos stints, né? Deve ter umas 3 paradas esse grande prêmio. Não por questão de combustível, mas especialmente pela questão do desgaste do pneu. Então, eles começam com o vermelho, vira a página e faz a prova toda com os primários. Os demais, em algum momento, vai tentar usar esse pneu. Mas acredito eu, Jackson, que o piloto que ficar com ele por mais de 10 voltas na pista está incorrendo um sério risco de perda de desempenho significativa. Então, a gente viu essa característica. Então, as voltas mais rápidas na classificação vieram ali no Fast 12. E aí, quando foi para o Fast 6, nenhum dos pilotos conseguiu manter o mesmo ritmo do Fast 12, porque estavam usando pneus vermelhos já usados, com 3, com 4 voltas. Por isso que a diferença de tempo de volta ficou na casa de meio segundo mais lentos, né? O Will Power virou na casa de 1 em 9.9, né, na classificação, 1 em 9.8 mais ou menos, enquanto no Fast 12 eles estavam virando em 1 em 9.4. Então, assim, é uma diferença para uma pista de 1 minuto e pouquinho que é bastante significativa, mas tudo em cima dessa questão do pneu.
A McLaren acabou de postar nas suas redes sociais, aí no Twitter, um vídeo de uns 180 da reta dos boxes. Cara, tem umas nuvens que elas chegam a ser brancas, nem pretas elas são. Então, assim, mestre, enquanto você dá mais...
Eu te mandei uma foto também.
Eu vi.
Tá lá no pylon, né, o nome deu uma branca agora, como é que fala? Torre? A torre luminosa da reta principal, o pylon. Como é que fala em português, gente? Deu branco. A torre, onde fica mostrando a classificação na reta principal de Indianápolis. Agora que ela é digital, né? Tem todo...
É tipo um painel, né?
É um painel,
um painel,
lá,
né?
Vamos colocar o nome de painel. Tá lá escrito o alerta, né, de tempo e pedido para todo mundo se proteger.
E a Andrea, que está lá em Indianápolis, assessora do Hélio Castro Neves, está dizendo que está muito calor lá e que nessa época do ano escurece a partir das 20h25 lá em Indianápolis. Então, luz natural nós temos, até porque lá está indo para o verão, né? A gente está saindo da primavera lá e indo para o verão.
Sim.
Então, é como mais ou menos na época de dezembro aqui no Brasil, que a luz do sol vai até um pouquinho mais tarde, quando tínhamos o horário de verão. Mestre, eu vou passar a classificação aqui para o pessoal, né? E depois a gente já vê algumas declarações dos pilotos, mas vamos passar aqui primeiro o grid de largada para o pessoal acompanhar. Vamos lá. Então tá aí, ó, o Will Power na primeira colocação, o Alex Palou o segundo, a sexta pole de Will Power nesse circuito de Indianápolis no misto. Joseph Newgarden, mais uma Penske em terceiro, Conor Daly na quarta colocação. Uma fila só de Arrow McLaren, a terceira fila, Patrício Ward, o mexicano, larga em quinto, o sueco Felix Rosenqvist larga em sexto. Callum Ilott, a maior surpresa aí da Indy, com a pequena Runcos largando em sétimo, melhor posição da história da pequena equipe. Christian Lundgaard, melhor Rahal, oitavo lugar. Jack Harvey, melhor Rahal em nono, segundo melhor Rahal, desculpa. Romain Grosjean, melhor Andretti em décimo. Scott McLaughlin, Penske, 11º. Graham Rahal, 12º colocado, os pilotos do Fast 12. Takuma Sato, boa classificação, 13º com a Dale Coyne. Colton Herta, 14º. Rinus VeeKay, vencedor do Indy GP do ano passado e pole da última etapa, 15º. Alexander Rossi, 16º. Devlin De Francesco, 17º. Marcus Ericsson, 18º com sua Chip Ganassi. Na 19ª colocação, a gente tem ali Hélio Castro Neves e Simon Pagenaud na 20ª posição, uma fila só de Meyer Shank. Hélio Castro Neves, que vai com seu carro reserva da Indy 500 para essa etapa do Indy GP. Scott Dixon, péssima classificação, 21º. Kyle Kirkwood, 22º. Juan Pablo Montoya, 23º colocado. David Malucas, 24º. Tatiana Caldeirão, 25ª. Dalton Kellett, 26º. Jimmy Johnson, 27ª e última posição para a lenda da NASCAR. Vamos ver o que disse Scott Dixon, mestre.
Definitely a rough day. Embarrassed, to be honest. It's been a struggle. Lots of setup changes and probably too much. It's been really hard to kind of keep up with all the things that we have changed. The car's been drastically different each time. So hopefully we find a bit of rhythm here shortly. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see what the weather brings. But as always, we'll be trying our best.
O Scott Dixon disse que o problema do carro dele está no balanço do carro, né? Que foi um dia muito difícil e que eles tentaram várias coisas, mas talvez tenham tentado demais. Então, quando você tenta corrigir, talvez você corrija em excesso, e foi o motivo que ele reclamou ali. Mas que a corrida é outra história. Mas eu lembro, Jackson, que não está sendo num histórico muito recente uma boa sequência de classificações do Scott Dixon. Essa posição de intermediário para trás está sendo um tanto quanto recorrente. Então,
mas não 20º cacetada, né?
Foi, cara. Sam Pitt, ele estava perto do... Depois você dá uma olhadinha aí. Eu acho que em Barber ele deu uma melhoradinha, mas eu acho que ele foi eliminado no Q1 também em Sam Pitt. Não tenho certeza, mas não está sendo muito tranquilo para ele, não. Agora, Jackson, só antes da gente partir para o próximo piloto, houve um comunicado agora que foi divulgado pelo canal The Race, que inclusive o ano passado transmitia no YouTube as corridas da Indy Lights, confirmando realmente, né, o adiamento da corrida da Indy Lights, mas eles afirmaram que a Indy mantém o horário de largada para as 15h07, horário local, que é 1 hora de defasagem, né, como o Jackson falou, para as 4h07 aqui. A probabilidade de chuva é de 35% de estar chovendo na hora da largada, e com relação ao boletim anterior, essa probabilidade diminuiu de 38 para 35, mas o volume de água é maior. Não sei muito, não sou especialista nisso, mas talvez seja um bom sinal, né? A corrida aconteceu no dia de hoje.
Teve alguém que teve problemas parecidos com o do Dixon ontem. Vamos lá.
Pois é, o treino hoje de manhã a gente estava um pouquinho melhor, obviamente a gente melhorou do que a gente estava perdendo de manhã, a gente falou, ok, então tem que fazer isso. E quando chegou aqui a gente melhorou nessas curvas, só que nas outras todo mundo melhorou mais e a gente não teve essa diferença. Então é impressionante, toda vez que a gente vai para um lado e para o outro, complica a situação. Bora lá para amanhã, que amanhã a corrida é longa.
No caso hoje.
Beleza. Não caiu meu áudio não, né?
Não, tá perfeito.
Não. Eu busquei algumas informações, Jackson, com relação a essa questão do balanço do carro. O Jackson, eu tenho certeza que tem o mapinha do circuito da Indy aí na cabeça, mas se nós pegarmos a configuração e o layout que nós temos da pista, as curvas para a direita são várias elas que são de raio muito longo. Ou seja, são curvas nas quais o piloto fica em curva, né, com o carro, né, entre aspas, desalinhado, né, para percorrer o raio da curva por muito tempo. Isso faz com que o acerto do carro em curvas para a direita seja diferente em curvas para a esquerda. Normalmente se trabalha isso com cambagem do pneu, que é a inclinação, que pode, deixa eu pegar aqui na câmera, aqui, uma cambagem mais acentuada, né, com os pneus consumindo a bandagem interna maior, ou com pneus mais alinhados para que ele fique com a superfície de contato no solo um pouco maior. Então você pode fazer um carro desalinhado, né, um reto e um torto, mas aí você vai ter essa dificuldade, né? Na reta, por exemplo, o carro vai ficar puxando para um lado. Aí durante uma sequência de curvas, né, se for as curvas para a direita, você pode ter um carro bem acertado. Agora nas curvas que são para a esquerda, e que algumas delas são em 90 graus, né, Jacques, especialmente no final ali da reta oposta, você tem essa dificuldade. A última curva, antes de entrar na longa reta, né, a curva mais acentuada também é para a esquerda, então ali você vai ter problemas de... Aí, ó, exato. Olha aqui, ó, a primeira curva, você tem uma curva para a direita em 90 graus, mas a curva 3 é uma curva de raio muito longo. E se na câmera on-board, né, dos carros, os pilotos eles não param de virar para a direita na sequência da curva 3 até o final da curva 4. Então isso quer dizer que o lado esquerdo do carro ele vai ficar mais carregado. Os pneus desse lado, né, vão receber toda a força lateral, eles vão arrastar mais no chão e isso gera um aquecimento mais acentuado do pneu, um desgaste mais acentuado. Uma situação semelhante vai ser depois da curva 10, ao longo da curva 11, que é quando você entra no segmento do oval pela primeira vez, até a frenagem forte da curva 12. Aí você tem as curvas de 90 graus, ou um pouquinho mais, né? A curva 13 é um pouco mais de 90 graus. Mas aí, para entrar na reta principal, mais uma vez uma curva para a esquerda longa. Aliás, uma curva para a direita, né? Apoiando o lado esquerdo do carro mais uma vez aí, gerando esse desbalanceamento. Então, são 3 segmentos do circuito, onde os pilotos ficam fazendo curvas para a direita, sobrecarregando o lado esquerdo do carro de maneira mais intensa. Então, quando você quer priorizar essas curvas, você acaba prejudicando as demais. E aí, se você quer ter um carro mais equilibrado, nessas curvas longas, você vai ter o problema de acerto. É o segredo que o Will Power conseguiu encontrar e que não fala para ninguém, porque ele é um
Aliás,
mestre
desde 2014 ele já encontrou esse segredo, né?
Exato, e não fala para ninguém. Eu acho que esse segredo está muito bem guardado dentro da cabeça dele. E os outros pilotos sofrem, né? Ele e a Penske, né? Não vou falar, eu acredito que seja ele, porque os outros pilotos da Penske já tiveram bons desempenhos, né? O Simon Pagenaud teve 2017...
19, o maio perfeito.
O maio perfeito foi em 2019. O Neil Garden também já teve bons desempenhos apesar de apresentar um não tão bons quanto o Will Power, agora foi a sexta pole do Will Power, né, Jackson?
Sexta, nessa pista.
Em quantos eventos? 12?
11, 12º evento agora. Só 50% de aproveitamento.
Então, o que o Will Power consegue fazer, o Dixon não consegue, o Elinho não consegue. Então, é uma reclamação contínua. Agora, um outro piloto já...
Vai lá.
Oi.
Não, vai lá.
Não, eu só queria chamar a atenção para um outro piloto que foi muito bem, dois pilotos, né, que foram muito bem no ano passado, um vem há um pouco mais de tempo e tem boas chances de mostrar, pelo menos até o momento, né, até esse evento, a melhor prova do ano, que é o Lundgaard e o Jack Harvey. Né, são dois pilotos que foram muito criticados por nós, aqui também a equipe Reihal como um todo, nos treinos de classificação, onde os desempenhos também não se apresentavam muito legais, mas eles fizeram treino, não só o treino de classificação, mas treinos livres também muito consistente, sabe? Sempre ali flertando entre os 5, 6 pilotos mais rápidos. Eu espero boas provas desses dois pilotos.
Não, eu só ia dar uma informação do Scott Dixon, né? Ele largou em 7º em St. Pete, 5º no Texas, 16º em Long Beach e 13º em Barber, né? E a pior
então
posição...
foi Long Beach que ele foi mal, então.
E por incrível que pareça, uma das piores posições de largadas do Scott Dixon foi justamente aí em Indianápolis no ano passado, no segundo Indy GP, ele largou da 26ª colocação. Se não me engano, tinha 28 carros naquele Spike de Indy GP, algum Bicooler, alguma coisa, aqueles nomes que a gente está acostumado. Esse já é mais... Esse é o GMR Grand Prix. Agora, para o mês de julho, lá dia 30 de julho, foi arrumado o patrocínio também da Gallagher, né? O Tilton tá aí com a Gallagher, vai patrocinar a Penske, inclusive. Galera, a gente pede desculpa aí, mas a gente já tô indo aí pro chat agora. Mais de 65 pessoas acompanhando a live, já temos 99 likes. Mande mais um like aí para chegar aos 100, embora a nossa meta tá aí, ó, é 200, porque pré-race a galera comparece. Vou ler de baixo para cima, um abraço aí pro Fabiano Alves. Indianápolis gosta do Grosjean. Eu acho que é o contrário, acho que Grosjean que gosta de Indianápolis acredita em um pódio dele hoje. Muita gente já perguntou do Grosjean, mestre, só que assim, diferente do ano passado...
Fez um warm-up difícil.
Oi?
E fez um warm-up agora muito, muito difícil.
Então, diferentemente do ano passado, onde ele largou na pole em no segundo Indy GP, chegou no pódio em 2 Indy GPs, ele estava pela Dale Coyne. Agora ele está na equipe Andretti. E a Andretti não casou com Indianápolis esse ano, né?
Então, a Andretti ela está numa situação estranha, né? Porque eu vou tentar medir palavras. Nos eventos onde eles se despontam como favoritos e nos treinos conseguem esse destaque, chega na hora da prova, os pilotos apresentam uma maior dificuldade. E agora o escalão dentro da Andretti está muito, muito estranho, porque o Devlin De Francesco é o Devlin, né? Todo mundo sabe que é um piloto pagante, que ele pode ser, no máximo, considerado um piloto mediano, né? Tentando passar um pano para ele aí, colocar ele como mediano. Mas o Rossi está num espírito já fora da equipe, são diversos os rumores de que ele não vai renovar com a equipe Andretti, que ele já tem conversas muito avançadas com a equipe McLaren para ocupar um dos 3 carros da McLaren no ano que vem, que o Kyle Kirkwood já tem com a caneta na mão para assinar o contrato para ocupar a vaga dele. E aí agora já deu para ver umas nuvenzinhas mais carregadas, né?
Esse vídeo é de agora, tá?
Então, aí a esperança fica em cima do Colton Herta e em cima do Grosjean. O Grosjean teve seus altos e baixos, né? Como o Grande Prêmio de Long Beach, que nos treinos foi muito bem, na classificação sofreu um acidente, mas na prova recuperou e conseguiu um pódio. Aí você tem o Colton Herta, que foi um garoto espetáculo durante o Grande Prêmio do Alabama, tanto para o lado positivo, como um piloto que conseguiu avançar, promoveu várias ultrapassagens, conseguiu avançar bastante de posições, mas também cometeu erros, acabou rodando, tudo aquilo que havia ganhado em termos de espaço de corrida, acabou perdendo. Ou seja, foi uma retratação do que é a Andretti. Né? Ou muito bem e que gera uma decepção, ou muito mal. Então, quem sabe não vê o contrário, né? Treinos livres e classificação muito discreta e desponta aí graças a uma condição climática, uma chuva, sei lá, uma vitória para a Andretti, eu não descartaria.
Começou a live, seja à noite, seja à tarde, seja de manhã, nosso amigo Lobisomem tem que aparecer na live. Acho que faz parte aí. A galera já mandou aí 110 likes, muito obrigado. Vamos tentar chegar nos 200.
Valeu, gente.
Já tem mais de 70 pessoas
on,
Jackson, 15, 19, vai lá.
Eu acho que tá tendo um problema no meu, porque eu não tô conseguindo. Eu tô vendo que o campo de mensagens aqui no YouTube, para mim, onde o pessoal tá interagindo, tá em branco. Eu tô apertando F5 aqui, mas eu não tô conseguindo ter acesso às mensagens.
Eu vou daqui, aqui tá tranquilo. Já vou para as mensagens ali, só para falar aí enquanto o pessoal tá chegando e mandando mensagem. Continue mandando like aí, galera. E você que chegou no canal agora, é muito importante que você se inscreva no nosso canal. Clique aí. A gente sempre faz a classificação ao vivo, a gente faz um pré-race, a gente faz um pós-race, a gente faz também cobertura dos treinos livres quando é possível, e não é na sexta de manhã, sexta no início da tarde. Então a gente faz um final de semana completo aqui para você. A rede social mais completa da Fórmula Indy, onde aqui tem informação e não especulação. Galera, outra coisa, né, mestre? Se a Andretti não casa bem com Indianápolis, principalmente no misto, agora tem uma equipe aí mediana que se chama Ed Carpenter Racing, que já conseguiu vitória, que já conseguiu pole. O Rinus VeeKay foi uma decepção ontem, mas o Conor Daly conseguiu aí um quarto posto no grid. E se a Andretti tá mal, a Ed Carpenter tem a mão da pista, né? Seja no misto e principalmente no oval, né? Agora mutou, mestre. Você falou acho que você deu o F5 lá, mutou. Enquanto o Virgílio volta aí, galera, vamos ouvir a Tatiana Calderón, que o bom espanhol dela dá para entender.
Terminamos nuestro primer día aquí en Indianápolis muy ocupado con 3 sesiones, tuvimos un poco de problemas en la primera práctica, pero bueno, creo que hemos mejorado sesión a sesión, calificamos a más cerca de los mejores tiempos, así que bueno, mañana será una carrera larga y entretenida, espero que estén muy pendientes y saldremos ahí detrás de Juan Pablo Montoya.
E ela ficou toda animada ali, né, quando falou, estamos largando atrás de Juan Pablo Montoya ali, a Tatiana Calderón, que é fã do colombiano, né, ela colombiano como ele, a Tatiana é muito fã do Montoya, ela já havia falado isso para nós lá em St. Pete. Agradeço aqui o amigo, que já fugiu a mensagem aqui também, mas ele colocou o nome inteiro, aqui ó, Vitor Leôncio, valeu Vitor. Big Machine Spiked Coolers Grand Prix, valeu, brigadão. Fabiano Alves, Dixon rodou no classificatório ano passado, não? Sim, ano passado ele teve problemas, mas no ano passado, em 2020, né, mestre, no ano da pandemia que o Dixon ganhou as 3 primeiras corridas, né? A Ganassi ganhou as 4 primeiras corridas, as 3 com ele e uma com o Félix Rosenqvist na penúltima volta, ele ultrapassando o Pato. O Dixon largou em 13º no Indianápolis em 2020. Teve uma amarela provocada pelo Oliver Askew. Primeira batida do Askew, o Indy GP era a segunda etapa. O Texas foi a primeira, né? Que foi tudo num dia só. O Indy GP foi a segunda etapa. E o Dixon, incrivelmente, na amarela que teve, de 13º, ele já estava em 5º. O Neil Garden ia ganhar aquela corrida tranquilamente. E já emendando aí nessa do Dixon que ele rodou, mas a gente já falou do Dixon, eu ia até fazer uma pergunta para você e para o Indy Fan. Só a chuva e a pista úmida pode tirar essa vitória do Will Power?
Não. Nós temos um bolo de pilotos ali na frente que todos eles têm muitas chances, né? O que eu vejo de diferente ali nos 6 primeiros colocados, vamos colocar... Porque é lógico, eu acho que da terceira fila para trás, numa condição normal, no Indy GP, é um pouco mais difícil para o piloto conseguir avançar tanto e se tornar um candidato à vitória na prova. Agora, ali nós temos pilotos que não estão usualmente nessas posições de largada, né, que é o caso do Conor Daly, largando na quarta colocação. O Félix vem melhorando em suas condições de largada, mas ele vem perdendo posições ao longo da prova. Mas nós vemos pilotos mais agressivos, que é o caso do Pato e do próprio Will Power, e um piloto que é extremamente cerebral, que é o Palou. Então, numa situação delicada dessa, considerando que não vai ter chuva, né? É muito provável que tenha, mas considerando que a pista esteja seca. Você vai ter um Palou mais consciente com relação à leitura de prova, de uso de pneus, e pode ganhar terreno com isso, enquanto outros pilotos são mais agressivos. Então, não garante necessariamente que é só em uma condição de chuva para tirar a vitória dele. Mas, é lógico, em condições normais, regulares, a probabilidade de uma vitória dele é maior.
Eu sinceramente acredito que, como principalmente eu sempre falo aqui, o Will Power largando, o Will Power na classificação é sempre um dos pilotos mais rápidos do grid, mesmo com 41, 40, né? O Will Power de 81, né? O Will Power, se não fez 40, tá para fazer 40. Mesmo o quarentão, o Will Power continua sendo, assim, na minha opinião, em classificação, o melhor piloto. Não à toa, ele tem 63 pole positions. Você que chegou agora, ele está a 3 pole positions de bater o recorde de Mário Andretti. A diferença é que o Mário Andretti tem 407 largadas. O Will Power, eu não sei se ele tem... Eu vou pesquisar aqui, eu acredito que ele não tem 300 largadas, porque o Power estreou na Champ Car na Austrália em 2005, mas fez 2 corridas ali. Em 2006 voltou full season em 2006, 2007, mas nós tínhamos 14 provas apenas no ano. Então o Will Power, eu acredito que não tenha 300 provas. Até uma falha minha aqui, já vejo, mas em aproveitamento o número dele é fantástico, né?
Cara, isso é muito engraçado.
Por quê?
Mas não ter essa estatística na memória é uma falha sua? Não é uma falha, cara. Pelo amor de Deus, velho. Não, decorar esses números também é...
255.
Então, assim, o percentual, né, o aproveitamento dele de provas disputadas e pole positions é muito melhor do que a do Mário. E eu acredito, Jackson, considerando que ele tem contrato renovado... diferente do que foi transmitido aí, né? O pessoal especulando se ele vai renovar ou não pro ano que vem. Gente, tá anunciado que ele tá renovado com
desde o ano passado,
patrocínio.
né?
Desde o ano passado, ele tá renovado até o final de 2023 na Penske, com o patrocínio da Vyers, ou com o número 12 garantido. Então, gente...
Tem que estudar um pouquinho mais, né? Mais informação e menos especulação.
Seria mais interessante, né? Então, considerando aí que esse ano nós ainda temos 10 eventos, né? 11 eventos.
11.
Né? Considerando que o ano que vem tenhamos, sei lá, 17, mais ou menos. Tá? Então, aí com mais 30 GPs garantidos pro Will Power, e pela estatística que ele tem, eu acredito sim que ele possa conseguir mais 3 pole positions e pelo menos empatar com o Mário Andretti.
Na realidade, nós temos mais 12, né? Porque esse ano são 17 etapas, aí é rodada dupla. Fiz uma continha básica aqui, matemática básica. A cada 4,0 provas disputadas pelo Will Power, ele larga na pole. Era mais ou menos aquela média que o Theo fazia do Zanardi vencendo lá nos anos 90, né? Até a passagem dele pela equipe Chip Ganassi. Mestre, uma coisa que a gente sempre mestra aqui, né, que a gente faz nas nossas lives, é com relação a mostrar as figurinhas diferentes, né?
O Fifth Third Bank, né? Inclusive, no dia 3, né, do mês de maio, né? Porque aí fica... Em inglês eles colocam o mês primeiro para depois para falar o dia, né? Eles fizeram um evento, né, junto com o Graham Hall, a equipe Hall, porque é o dia do banco, né? O Fifth Third Bank, né? Fizeram uma brincadeira ali com a alusão do nome do banco e a data. É um parceiro já de longa data, né, da equipe Hall, já são alguns anos, né, de parceria, e eles estão agora é a primeira vez, né, o primeiro evento do ano em que eles estão como patrocínio principal do carro do Graham. Aí já é o carro do Reynolds VK, já assumindo boa parte da tonalidade laranja que vai dominar o carro ao longo do mês de maio. O layout do carro dele que vai sofrer mais uma modificação aí para as 500 milhas com o patrocínio da Bitcoin. A Bitcoin já está como um patrocinador minoritário nesse layout, né, mas já está aí, e uma campanha focada em ajuda à África. Então, tem uma missão solidária também. Aí o carro do Scott McLaughlin com o Snap-on, é um layout que lembra um pouco o carro do ano passado que o Neil Garden correu, só que o do Neil Garden tinha tons pratas também aí no meio. Esse carro ele é meio uma pegadinha.
É a primeira
e
vez
é uma pegadinha com relação do Power, né? É o inverso.
E é a primeira vez que o Scott McLaughlin repete pintura esse ano, né? Ele usou essa em Long Beach.
Exato, a primeira vez. Aí o Pablito, Juan Pablo Montoya, um layout também que lembra bastante os carros da McLaren que correram com o patrocínio da Lucas Oil, que é uma empresa da região de Indianápolis e está muito presente nos eventos, não só automobilísticos, né, mas nos eventos esportivos de toda a região de Indiana. O que modificou foi um pouco aqueles detalhes em branco, né, na frente do carro, que nos anos anteriores ele não se apresentava.
É que eles estão com o layout do Pato e do Félix, né? Mas onde é esse branco é aquele azulzinho, né?
Exato.
Que muitos não gostaram.
Aí nós temos ressuscitaram, né, o layout do James Hinchcliffe, só que agora com o Romain Grosjean, né, um patrocínio que esteve presente com a equipe Andretti em mais eventos no ano anterior, quando o James Hinchcliffe estava lá. Primeira vez que o Romain está correndo com esse carro no layout laranja. Pelas imagens gráficas que foram passadas, no princípio eu achei que ia confundir um pouco com o carro do Reynolds VK, mas são laranjas bem diferentes, né? Então, até tanto por foto quanto pela televisão tá dando para diferenciar bem eles, não tá muito parecido não.
Eu também imaginava isso, mas vi que também é bem diferente. O nosso amigo, mandar um abraço lá pro nosso grupão do WhatsApp, meu parceiro lá de Ciudad del Este, o Alex, o Alexandre, que também fez aniversário essa semana. Um abraço aí pro amigo que me ajudou tanto lá no Paraguai. Mandando um abraço aqui pra gente, satirizando algumas coisas que a gente fala. Um abração, Alexandre. O Leonardo, outro amigo nosso que ajuda pra caramba o blog, ele tá colocando ali: vamos ter corrida com chuva, de maneira alguma na Indy tudo pode acontecer, tá falando, atrasado mais tarde do que nunca, ele chegou agora. E ele tá perguntando ali: por que não correr com a pista molhada? Não entendi a tentativa de antecipação da largada.
Não, a questão não é não correr com a pista molhada, é que eles estavam prevendo essa situação de possibilidade de tempestade. Tanto que a corrida da Indy Lights foi suspensa por uma questão de raios. Então...
Era mais uma preocupação com o evento em si, com o público, do que com os carros na pista, né?
Exato. Exato, esse foi o maior empecilho. E Jackson, recebi uma postagem aqui, tô vendo aqui, Luke Sebastian, aparentemente ele está no autódromo, e ele anunciou que na altura da curva 4 do circuito oval começou a chover.
Rapaz.
Então ali deve ser no final da reta principal. Então já começou a sentir. Ó, estamos aí a praticamente meia hora, né, da largada. Então se não estiver chovendo, pelo menos a pista ensaboada vai estar.
Não, ó, já temos imagens, como diz o José Luiz da Atena, já vou colocar aqui para vocês. Eu não acho que a curva 4 está úmida. A curva 4, acho que a gente já pode dizer que está encharcada. Imagem do Eric Smith, lá de Indianápolis. A gente tem ali uma pista bem molhada, né? Mas ali a curva... Aí é a curva 4 do oval, né? Deixar bem
Do
claro,
oval,
a curva 1 do misto. Senão a gente pira o cabeção aqui, né?
Então assim, se não estiver chovendo, essa pista não seca em meia hora. Talvez aí lembrar, né, Jackson, pro Indy Fan que tá chegando agora, que não tem o costume de acompanhar a Fórmula Indy, nós não temos uma gama muito variada de pneus para situação de pista molhada. Ou tem pneu de chuva, ou tem pneu de pista seca, não tem um pneu intermediário.
Eu até achei que você ia falar ou tem pneu de chuva ou tem pneu de chuva.
Não, é chuva ou pista seca, mas o intermediário, que talvez viesse a calhar aí como melhor opção, não tem.
E isso, galera, mesmo nos melhores anos da kart, lá na guerra Goodyear e Firestone, sempre foi o pneuzão biscoito ou o pneu slick.
Biscoito, isso aí fazia muito tempo que eu não escutava. Pneu biscoito.
Essa fazia tempo também, verdade. O Alisson Menho Martins, não é jogando praga, mas acho que a Indy 500 de 2022 vai ser embaixo de chuva. Calma, galera, tem 16 dias ainda, vamos devagar na dor. Galera vai patinar bonito nesse piso molhado, só que a Andrea disse que tá muito quente lá, sabe? Tipo, que tá um bafo quente. Então, se for uma chuva passageira, assim, pode ser que seque rápido a pista.
Sim.
Em Barber, né? Nós tivemos o maior exemplo disso.
Sim, e se não for uma chuva também torrencial, né? Eu acredito nem que a questão da borracha que já foi depositada aí na pista, né? Para falar assim, lavou a pista, então o nível de aderência vai ser muito diferente. Se foi só uma pancada leve de água, essa condição também não se altera. Então, é aguardar.
Verdade. Deixa eu continuar aqui no chat, porque, galera, já temos 124 likes, continuem mandando like. O José Bezerra. E aí o misto pode correr assim, com certeza. Galera, para quem não entendeu ainda, o problema da tempestade que estava não era o risco da corrida entre os carros, e sim para todo o evento, público, pessoal que faz transmissão, repórteres, fotógrafos, pessoal das equipes que ficam ali, tinha um alerta muito forte de raios. E não era só em Indianápolis, era no meio oeste, meio que como que um todo, porque Ohio, que é um estado vizinho de Indiana, estava tendo a classificação do IMPSA, e Lexington fica bem distante, se você for ver, a mais de 600 milhas de Indianápolis. Lá a classificação do IMPSA foi também interrompida por essas questões de raio. Então não é a chuva. A chuva tem as nuvens e tal, mas o pneu biscoito, né, ou o pneu de chuva, como a IndyCar só fala rain tire, né, ele é suficiente para uma chuva como essa.
Sim. E, pessoal, agora sim eu consegui ter acesso aos comentários aqui. 71 pessoas presentes na live, muito obrigado a todos aqui. O pessoal perguntando aqui sobre o Leonardo, que é super participativo aí no nosso grupo, né? Que a questão é da luz natural. Pelo horário estará ok. Não, sim, deve estar tudo ok. Até porque a Deia, que é
tá
residente,
caindo o mundo,
né,
lá, acabou de falar.
Chuva forte pra caramba, né? Então, agora fica a dúvida, né? Chuva forte, mas com raio, sem raio...
Não,
estranho.
os raios eu acho que já deu uma diminuída.
Tá, mas eu acho que já podemos falar com certeza que os mecânicos estão fazendo os acertos que são possíveis agora para tentar ajustar o carro para a condição de chuva. E essa largada não dá no seco. Porque mesmo se parar do nada, tipo, foi uma tromba d'água que veio, caiu o mundo, lavou o céu, volta a ficar tudo azulzinho. A largada vai ser com os pneus aí para a pista de chuva.
Com certeza. Ó, mais um amigo nosso que mandou foto aí, o Gustavo Rosso, né? Ele que é fotógrafo de alguns pilotos, de algumas equipes da própria Runcos. Essa daí foi um pouquinho antes. E legal, né, mestre? Uma foto um pouco diferente, né? Ele tava ali no infield e tirou... Essa foto é uma obra de arte praticamente, né? Não é só o tempo perfeito com sol que dá pra falar que é bonito, né? Mas realmente ali tem água pra caramba, né? Pra cair. Virgílio, caiu o som, você já entra ali e volta. Galera, vou repassar aqui pra vocês, ó. Esse
Voltou?
start voltou. Isso daí já foi pelas cucuia, né, mestre?
Ah, não, esquece. Esquece, isso aí não...
Quem ia largar com pneu alternativo, pneu primário, já era. Agora o Virgílio travou. Agora ele travou de vez. Ele que conseguiu voltar ali. Depois até vamos perguntar para o Virgílio se não tem raios lá em Ituiutaba. Vamos ver como que tá o clima lá no Triângulo Mineiro. Vamos passar no chat enquanto o Virgílio volta. Tem uma galera ali, ó, mais de 70 pessoas. Vai mandando like aí, gente. Se inscreva no canal. Muito importante que vocês se inscrevam, nos ajude aí. A gente que está chegando próximo aí dos 23 mil inscritos no canal. Então é muito importante que você se inscreva. O Victor Leão está por ali conosco. São Pedro mandando chuva, torando nessa foto. Alexandre Mesquita. A galera que está perguntando onde que passa a Fórmula Indy, galera. TV Cultura e ESPN 4 e também no Star Plus. Então a partir das 16 horas, Star Plus, ESPN 4 e também a TV Cultura fazendo a transmissão aí da 5ª etapa do campeonato da Fórmula Indy, o Indy GP, a corrida, a primeira das 2 corridas no circuito misto de Indianápolis. O Virgílio voltou.
Voltei. Qual que é o assunto agora?
Se aí em Ituiutaba tem raios ou tem sol?
Sol.
Sol. Então foi conexão mesmo, galera. Não foi uma queda de energia lá no Triângulo Mineiro. A galera
previsão de chuva fraca para o dia de hoje, mas nesse momento sol. 17 km por hora de vento, 42% de umidade, visibilidade em 10 km, então 13 graus o ponto de orvalho, sensação térmica de 27.
Ó, tem um Indy fã das antigas aqui, ó, o Victor Leôncio. Lembrei agora de Vancouver 1999, com Paul Tracy rodando na chuva e Dário se enroscando com Montoya. Cara, eu vou além. 1 ou 2 voltas depois da largada, o Gil de Ferran também, que vinha numa segunda metade de campeonato horrível, estava em 6º, bateu e foi uma corrida que o Montoya ganhou, o Patrick Carpentier em 2º e o Jimmy Vasser em 3º, um dos últimos pódios ali de Rainer Honda Firestone do Jimmy Vasser, se eu não me engano, acho que foi até o último. Claro, depois em 2000, com os motores Toyotas e chassi Lola, Chip Ganassi conseguiu 4 vitórias, alguns pódios, e o Vasser conseguiu uma vitória em Houston.
Dele. No ano foi o último.
Isso, foi a última.
Eu lembro que também foi uma corrida que é engraçado, né? Agora tá voltando aqui a memória. A gente gravava a corrida no videocassete, né? Pegava a fita VHS, gravava, exato. E muitas vezes a condição climática, né, interferia muito na qualidade da imagem da transmissão.
Sinal analógico, né?
Exato, cara.
Passava aqueles caminhões gigantes também na rua, tremia tudo e tremia até a TV, né?
Então, era horroroso isso. Mas eu lembro que foi uma corrida que eu gravei, mas no final ficou tão horrorosa a qualidade de gravação, né? Até hoje eu tenho as minhas caixas com as minhas fitas todas elas gravadas, tudo etiquetadozinho, bonitinho, mas essa aí a qualidade ficou horrorosa. Eu me arrependi muito depois.
Eu tenho até com uma resolução boa essa corrida aí de Vancouver. E já que a gente falou de Houston lá, até achei que você ia falar dessa corrida de Houston do Jimmy Vasser. Foi essa de Houston do Vasser ou Vancouver?
Vancouver.
Essa de Houston, o Gil e o Elinho tinham tudo para fazer uma dobradinha, a Penske errou na estratégia, assim como Toronto 2001 também, cara. A Penske também já deu umas viajadas boas. E quem dá viajadas boas em estratégia, mestre, é a Aero McLaren SP. Mas em Barber eles acertaram a mão e conseguiram fazer uma marcação individual ali no Renus VK, um Chevy contra outro Chevy.
Mas aí com o Pato, né? Porque o Félix...
Então, mas o Félix, cara, assim, pelo menos na classificação, ele foi um dos únicos pilotos que passou no Fast Six em todos, né?
Então, mas em classificação, em uma volta, ele entrega. Agora, em condição de corrida, é que ele não se sustenta. Eu acho que a minha crítica com relação a ele é mais ou menos como a do Rossi, que em uma classificação ou outra consegue tirar uma boa volta, mas nas corridas ele não entrega. A verdade é essa.
Não, exatamente, né?
Jackson, deixa eu só responder aqui rapidinho. Não, é que veio uma pergunta interessante do Eduardo Cid Rodrigues, perguntando se nessa condição não é necessário usar o pneu vermelho, né, que o povo já não estava querendo usar. Sim, quando você tem uma alteração da condição climática e você precisa usar dois compostos diferentes, essa regra só é válida para pista seca, num circuito em condições mais tradicionais. Veio a chuva, se você tira o pneu de chuva e coloca o pneu preto no lugar, talvez não, com certeza você já completou aí o critério de usar tipos diferentes de pneus ao longo da prova. Agora, uma coisa que eu vou te falar, o pneu vermelho, por ser um pneu mais macio, é um pneu que ganha temperatura mais rápida. Então, em uma situação de pista secando, né, para fazer aquela transição, né, para a pista completamente seca, aí o pneu vermelho se mostra mais adequado. E aí eu acho que vale a pena. Pista está secando, vou ou não vou pro pneu de pista seca ou não? Eu ponho o pneu vermelho, porque ele vai aquecer mais rápido. Nas primeiras voltas ele vai conseguir me dar um maior nível de aderência, e talvez seja um intervalo ali das 10 voltas para a pista se secar por completo. Aí você põe o pneu, né, de bandagem preta, que é um pneu mais resistente, e aí você faz um stint mais longo da prova. Então, acho que a leitura deve ser essa. Se a pista está secando, põe o vermelho, porque você vai ter um ganho imediato mais rápido, né, por conta dessa questão de temperatura e aderência. E aí depois você coloca o pneu preto.
Olha, a gente tem umas perguntas interessantes ali do Rarian Tavares. A Elot surpreendendo, falta só usar a cabeça, ele colocou assim, falta só ser mais cabeça ele em corrida, é difícil também, né? Ele quer andar mais que o carro, né?
Sim, e lá em Barber ele tomou um nó do Elinho, né? Então, assim, o Elinho não tocou ele, né? Não foi uma culpa do Elinho, mas foi a malandragem do Hélio de retardar a freada, estando na posição mais segura de pista, colocou o Callum Inott para frear também muito, muito tarde para tentar a ultrapassagem, só que no lado sujo da pista, e ele acabou rodando naquela sequência direita, esquerda, direita, lá de Barber. Então, que são aquelas curvas próximas ali à ponte do museu. Então, eu acho que foi muito mais um sinal de inexperiência. Concordo, usando mais a cabeça. Mas ele precisa de tempo, ele precisa de milhagem para ganhar essa leitura, para ter esse lado mais refinado de entendimento de como é uma prova da Indy, para transformar a velocidade que ele tem, o bom desempenho que a equipe Runcos, que grata surpresa é a Runcos esse ano, mas para chegar no final da prova com, sei lá, um top 10, um top 5, quem sabe.
E agora que não apareceu mais nenhuma informação, agora a Andréia até tweetou aqui que está melhorando o tempo, pelo vídeo que ela postou aqui, inclusive já parou de chover, deu aquela chuva, e agora a Indy vai fazer um movimento contrário e voltar a largada para as 4h30, ou vai manter a largada para as 4h07 com a pista uma olhada.
Não, não tem que ser às 4h07, porque mudar e desmudar tão em cima da hora, assim, eu acho meio complicado. Eu acho que vai ser às 4h07 com chuva mesmo.
E tem uma pergunta do Alexandre aqui, muito interessante, mas que pena que a chuva já parou. Porque ele pergunta assim, essa será a primeira vez realmente que nós vamos ter o aeroscreen na chuva? Pra valer mesmo?
Vamos lembrar? Eu acho que sim, né?
Eu acho que teve um teste em Barber que choveu, né?
Em teste, mas assim, em situação de 27 carros simultaneamente jogando spray para cima, eu acho que seria uma condição inédita. Eu não lembro de uma classificação ou um próprio treino com tantos carros na mesma pista em situação de chuva.
E tem um produto, né, mestre?
Em situações isoladas já teve, mas
tem
agora...
um próprio produto do vidro do aeroscreen que ele meio que faz a água subir, né?
É um tipo um impermeabilizante. Como se fosse uma pequena camadinha de óleo, a gente sabe, lógico, gente, a grosso modo, tá? A gente sabe que água e óleo não se misturam, né? Então é como se fosse uma proteção que faz com que a água não fique presa no aeroscreen, ela escorra. Então, como o carro está andando em alta velocidade e ele é inclinado, né, a gente vai ver a água subir. Se o carro tivesse parado, né, pela gravidade, a água desceria. As gotas desceriam.
Então, mestre, fica o nosso convite aqui para amanhã, né?
Exato. Amanhã, firme e forte, com grilos. Eu garanto que os grilos estarão de volta aqui em Teotaba amanhã, durante o período da noite.
Com
e aí a gente faz uma análise
latindo também daqui.
É de lei, né? É de lei. E aí a gente faz uma leitura da prova também, né? A gente passou um pouquinho, né, em cima da classificação. A gente fez alguma outra menção com relação aos treinos livres, mas aí a gente volta para fazer a análise do final de semana, né, por inteiro.
Exatamente, galera. Um abraço agora a partir das 16 horas na tela da TV Cultura, também na ESPN, no Star Plus. Você acompanha aí o Grande Prêmio de Indianápolis na pista mista. Deixe o seu like, você que não deixou. Se inscreva no canal, siga nossas redes sociais lá no Instagram, @blogdaindy, no Face e no Twitter também. Obrigado, mestre. Boa prova aí. Qual cerveja que vai ser hoje? Hoje é sábado, né?
Hoje eu vou de Rennes VK, uma tradicionalzinha, eu vou de Amstel.
Beleza? Um abraço, galera. Valeu. Eu sigo no...
Um abraço,
se
gente.
tivesse uma Foster, né? Não bebo, mas se tivesse uma Foster, eu ia numa australiana. O Willpower, na minha opinião, ganha de ponta a ponta. Inclusive, já postei nele lá no Bet365. Um abraço, galera. Valeu!
Sucesso, gente. Tchau, tchau. Boa corrida a todos.
Valeu, gente. Até amanhã. Valeu!
Get P1, man.
P1.
Yeah! You don't know how long it's been since I've had a hole on the road course.
Great last sector, man. Great last sector. P1, my friend.
Yeah, P1, man.
P1.
Yeah! Don't know how long it's been since I've had a hole on the road course.
Great last sector, man. Great last sector.
Indy Fan que tá ligado aí no canal Blog da Indy ainda, né? Vocês viram ali que tem mais 30 minutos até a largada e a gente segue aí, vai mandando aí 200 likes, é nossa meta aí, né? E daí, galera, quem que você, com essa pista ensaboada aí, essa pista molhada, quem vocês acham que vai vencer o Grande Prêmio de Indianápolis, né? Pista mista, sempre lembrando, né? Não é circuito oval, as 500 milhas de Indianápolis. Vai ser apenas no dia 29 de maio, não nesse domingo, nem no outro, no próximo. Daqui 3 domingos, né? 2 semaninhas, porque hoje é sábado ainda. Você pode ir mandando o like, você que ainda não mandou. A gente tem um link ali, ó, que o Jonatas deixou pra gente ali, para acompanhar a corrida, né? Então você que não tem acesso ao Star Plus, a TV Cultura, qualquer link ali que você não tem, tem um link ali, não sei se está funcionando direito, o pessoal que puder falar aí pra gente, comenta aí no chat aqui do YouTube. Tem uma galera aqui ainda, né? Por isso que a gente nem fechou a live ainda. Tem mais de 40 pessoas assistindo. Um abração a todos aí que prestigiam o trabalho do Blog da Indy. O Stefan tá falando Rinus VK. O Messias está falando que voltou. O Renato Vieira, um abraço, dizendo boa tarde, Jackson e Virgílio. O Virgílio já foi lá acompanhar a corrida, acompanhar com todos os detalhes para amanhã à noite a gente aparecer na nossa live. Já fica o convite aí para vocês, ó, uma análise geral do que aconteceu no Indy GP, a largada que acontece daqui a 20 minutinhos. A gente recebeu um videozinho aqui, ó, lá da lojinha de Indianápolis. Então você que não conhece lá o Indianapolis Motor Speedway, isso aí foi gravado há pouco, com as camisetas que tem lá, ó, das 500 milhas, o pessoal ali com a camiseta da Fórmula 1 da Ferrari, mas lógico, né, algum fã do automobilismo, porque aí dentro somente produtos relacionados à Fórmula Indy e principalmente a Indy 500. Aí, Léo, ainda aqui? Sim, estamos aí, ó. Já que não tem corrida, a gente está aqui, né? Já que estamos sem fazer nada, fazemos live, né? Aí a lojinha, ó, do Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Uma lojinha estruturada, né? Diferente daquelas que a gente mostrava para vocês nas corridas, né? Ó, todo tipo de boné possível do IMS, o Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Olha quanto boné da edição desse ano das 500 milhas. O Alex Barreto tá por ali, boa tarde. E aqui, claro, né, ó, a fera, miniatura de Hélio Castro Neves na escala 1/18, o carro vencedor da Indy 500 do ano passado. Galera, vamos ver se a gente consegue chegar nos 200 likes, hein? Tá com 182 ali, só faltam 18, a gente sabe que teve uma galera que chegou agora aí, ó, capacetes para pegar assinatura, tem almofada, tem quadro, essa lojinha aí tem tudo relacionado ao Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Vai colocando aí, galera, quem que vocês acham que vai ganhar a prova de hoje? Ó, o Carlos Jean tá dizendo, esse link é um vídeo de 3 minutos, não é ao vivo. Então eu já vou até remover daqui, o Jonatas passou esse link para nós aí, ó. Eu acho que agora ele já tá passando até outro. Acho que agora ele já passou outro aqui, galera. Então vou jogar aqui, ó. Deixa eu pôr aqui. Então aí, ó, esse aí é um link para acompanhar a prova. Eu não sei nem de que transmissão que é, de qual canal que é, para falar bem a verdade, tá? O Jonatas tá por ali, ó, colocando. Já vi lá, Jonatas. Pessoal, já coloquei ali pro pessoal acompanhar. Vamos ver quem mais tá por aqui. O que estão falando também lá no nosso grupão do Whats. O Gabriel tá colocando que ficou muito rigoroso por causa que uma pessoa morreu em uma prova da NASCAR em pouco no tempos atrás. Então, galera, assim, para você que deve estar vendo imagens ali, ó, e vai mandando like, se inscrevendo no canal, às vezes você deve falar assim, ah, mas a corrida é em pista mista, em pista de rua e nem tá chovendo tanto. Mas nós tivemos vários alertas de tempestade lá na região de Indiana, no meio oeste americano, com possibilidades de muitos raios, né? Então, lá nos Estados Unidos, diferente daqui do Brasil, o público ele faz parte do espetáculo, né? Ele faz parte do show. Aqui a gente vai num jogo de futebol, seja Série C, Série D, Série B, Série A, o público é meio que tratado como animal, quase, né? Toma chuva, raio se cair e não para, né? Quando você vai num jogo de futebol, o jogo só para por conta que o gramado está encharcado e não tem condições de acontecer o evento por conta de quem faz o evento, né? Que são os jogadores. Lá em Indianápolis hoje, essa chuva que caiu, seria possível sim você ter os carros lá correndo. A gente já teve várias disputas, né? O Jonathan está colocando que aquele link está ok agora, o outro VPN estava horrível. Vamos ver quem mais está colocando no chat ali, ó. Vamos lá, galera. Vai colocando aí, a gente tem 39 pessoas aí, né, acompanhando a live. Quem que vai ganhar a corrida, galera? Quem que vocês acham que vai ganhar? Enquanto vocês não colocam, para o pessoal que chegou agora, vamos colocar aí o grid de largada, né, da Indy. Vamos lá. Então a gente tem aí na pole position 63ª da carreira, Will Power, 64ª, melhor dizendo, Alex Palou em segundo, Joseph Newgarden na terceira, Conor Daly, melhor posição do ano, quarto lugar, fila só da McLaren na terceira, Patricio Ward em quinto, Félix Rosenqvist em sexto. Na sétima colocação nós temos aí, ó, Callum Ilott, grande surpresa da Juncos Hollinger Racing, melhor posição da história da equipe argentina-americana Juncos. Christian Lundgaard na oitava posição, Jack Harvey, nono, Romain Grosjean, 10º colocado, melhor Andretti que não se encontrou no Indianápolis. Scott McLaughlin, 11º, Graham Rahal, 12º, na 13ª, Takuma Sato, o japonês da Daily Coin. Colton Herta, 14º colocado, mais um Andretti. Rins VK, 15º, ele que já venceu a Indianápolis e também já foi pole. Alexander Rossi, 16º, Devlin De Francesco, 17º, Marcus Ericsson, 18º com a Chip Ganassi. Uma fila só de Meyer Shank, a 10ª fila, Hélio Castro Neves na 19ª colocação, Simon Pagenaud, o 20º. 21º, Scott Dixon, uma das piores posições de largadas do neozelandês, Kyle Kirkwood da AJ Foyt na 22ª posição. Juan Pablo Montoya de volta à Fórmula Indy, que faz esse mês de maio pela McLaren. 23º, 24º, David Malucas, Tatiana Calderon, 25º, Dalton Kellett na 26ª posição e Jimmy Johnson fecha o grid aí em Indianápolis. O Marcos Barão está perguntando se está rolando ao vivo o link ali. Sim, aquele link está rolando ao vivo. A cultura não está passando nem online. Na cultura está passando sim. Aqui em Ponta Grossa está passando sim, galera. O Alan Ruggiero, o novo regulamento de motores mais potentes da Indy virá quando? Alan, ficou para 2024, tá? Viria no ano que vem, mas acabaram mudando para o ano de 2024 por conta de custos. Lembrando, daqui exatamente 20 minutos, a gente tem a largada para a 5ª etapa do Indy GP. O Rodrigo Fidelis, qual o horário da largada? A gente está colocando ali, ó, até o José Bezerra já colocou ali, já mandou 16h47, horário de Brasília. Vamos ao Twitter, ver se não tem nenhuma informação nova aqui com relação à chuva e outras coisas, né? A gente segue com alguns vídeos aqui, a pista está melhorando, a condição está melhorando. Já vejo uma foto aqui da McLaren com pneus de chuva, né? A gente já vai até pôr aqui para vocês uma imagem da McLaren nos pits, né? Com o pneu de chuva, a gente já joga aqui na tela para você que está sem imagem. Tá aí, ó, carro do Patricio Ward com o pneu de chuva. Esse pneu que tem essa bandagem branca, né, diferente do pneu vermelho, que é o pneu mais macio, o composto mais rápido da Indy. A gente coloca aí o pneu de chuva. Essa que vai ser um teste aí para os carros da Indy, né, com o aeroscreen, mas a chuva parece que vai estar bem fraca na hora da corrida, talvez com 5, 7, 10 voltas, os carros já estarão indo nos pits fazer a troca de pneus. E a gente pede aquele like, ó, tá aí, ó, nossa meta 200 curtidas nessa live, a gente já está com 195, só faltam 5. O Donizete Júnior, site do blog da Indy está show, com bastante informações. Galera, modéstia à parte, a gente sempre fala que o blog da Indy é uma comunidade de fãs de corridas, né? Fãs da Fórmula Indy. Eu vou pôr até aqui na tela para vocês. O nosso site ele é todo desenvolvido pelo Paulo Ligino, né? O Paulo que não ganha absolutamente nenhum centavo do blog da Indy, né? O blog da Indy, que vocês sabem, não tem finalidade de arrecadação de dinheiro. Todo superchat, todo dinheiro que é colocado aqui no blog da Indy, seja pelo YouTube ou doações que vocês fazem, é para nós fazermos coberturas das provas lá nos Estados Unidos. A gente já foi em várias provas, né, lá nos Estados Unidos. Então podem ficar tranquilo que todos que estão aqui são realmente Indy fãs que ajudam a comunidade aí da Fórmula Indy no Brasil. O site está carregando aqui, ó. A gente está com a notícia do Will Power na pole, né? Ó, o site está show de bola realmente. Aqui tem a notícia do Will Power da pole position. Então tá aí, realmente o site tá show de bola. Vamos ver quem mais está por aqui, ó. Tem uma galera aqui, ó. José Bezerra, a última previsão foi chuva fraca e espessa, né? Acho que faltou pontuação ali, e sem possibilidade de raios. O Adilson Antunes, me atualizem, por favor, acabei de chegar em casa. Então, Adilson, o que está rolando? Tinha uma tempestade próxima ali do meio oeste americano, desde Ohio, Indiana ali, e a largada, que seria às 4h30, a largada original seria exatamente agora, galera. Nesse horário seria a largada para o Indy GP. Como teve essa tempestade de raios, a Indy optou por antecipar a largada para as 16h07. Só que a chuva e os raios vieram antes ainda. Então a ideia deles acabou indo literalmente por água abaixo e a largada passou para as 16h47, horário de Brasília. Então em exatamente 15 minutos nós teremos o pano verde sendo agitado lá em Indianápolis. E a gente vai colocando você por dentro. Chegamos nos 200 likes, galera. Vocês são fera, valeu aí. O Felipe Ukil-Shimada, cheguei agora para a corrida, abraço, vamos lá, 4h47 na tela da TV Cultura, ESPN 4 e também no Star Plus. E daí, galera, quem que vai vencer essa corrida aí? Na minha opinião, o Will Power era super favorito para ser o vencedor do Indy GP, né? Porque o Will Power, além de ser um piloto muito rápido quando ele está na ponta, ele está com uma constância incrível nesse ano de 2022. Mas com pista úmida, molhada, pneu biscoito, pneu de chuva, vai ter que fazer a troca do pneu, então a gente não sabe o que vai acontecer. Lembrando, com pista úmida, pista molhada, os pilotos largando com o pneu de chuva, não existe a necessidade de fazer a troca do pneu preto, que é o pneu primário, para o pneu vermelho, que é o pneu alternativo. Ou seja, largou com o pneu de chuva, a pista começou a secar, viu que dá para ir de slick, a equipe escolhe se quer ir a corrida inteira com o pneu alternativo, com o pneu primário. É uma escolha da equipe. Por tudo que o professor Virgílio falou aqui, das declarações dos pilotos, que com 6 voltas o pneu alternativo estava se desmanchando, dificilmente nós teremos o uso do pneu alternativo, o pneu de bandagem vermelha, nessa tarde lá em Indianápolis. Então a gente acredita que os pilotos vão largar com o pneu de pista molhada, o pneu de chuva, e durante toda a prova ali nas trocas para o reabastecimento, que na Indy tem reabastecimento, galera. Fiquem espertos, quando vocês escutarem na televisão que determinado piloto fez um mau pit stop, galera, o pessoal que está cobrindo a Indy precisa se atentar para isso. Na Indy tem reabastecimento, então o reabastecimento na Indy ele demora ali perto de 7, 8, 9 segundos. Então às vezes um piloto está enchendo o tanque, ele vai gastar 9 segundos, não é que foi um mau pit stop, é que na Indy tem o reabastecimento, diferente na Fórmula 1 que troca o pneu em 1 segundo, ponto 8, 2 segundos, ponto 2. Na Indy, os pneus eles são trocados ali próximos aos 6 segundos. Acontece que lá na Fórmula 1 tem 3 mecânicos para cada pneu, tá? Na Indy tem um só. Vocês podem ver que o mesmo pneu, o mesmo mecânico que coloca a pistola para fazer a troca do pneu é o mesmo que tira o pneu, que pega o outro pneu e faz a troca de pneus. O Rodrigo está dizendo, a chuva vai dar uma bagunçada na estratégia das equipes. Com certeza. Eu gostaria até que chovesse um pouquinho na hora da corrida para a gente ver como que vai ser o aeroscrewing de fato na chuva, uma corrida muito disputada, e daí quem sabe, né, quem vem lá de trás pode até vencer a prova, desde que não seja o Scott Dixon. O Scott Dixon já venceu 51 vezes, já tem muitas vitórias. Deixa essa galera aí que está chegando para vencer uma corrida. Em Indianápolis, em 2019, nós tivemos a chuva, né, que foi a melhor prova da história do Matheus Leite na Indy. Ele que quase conseguiu um pódio, J.J. Foyt, chegou na 4ª colocação. Quem que não se lembra do Simon Pagenaud, né, que trocou o pneu, veio passando todo mundo, passou Dixon, passou Jack Harvey, passou Matheus Leite e conseguiu ali uma vitória no Indianapolis Motor Speedway na pista mista. E claro, depois 2 semanas depois ele acabou vencendo as 500 milhas. Galera, você que não é inscrito no canal, se inscreva no nosso canal, isso é muito importante. Nós estamos próximos aí de chegar aos 23 mil inscritos no YouTube, nós temos 22.600 e pouquinho. É muito legal quando a gente atingir essa meta aí de 20, essa marca, melhor dizendo, de 23 mil inscritos. Felipe, o que o Shimada? Confesso que gostava mais do traçado da Fórmula 1 do que esse road atual. Já que você falou disso daí, Felipe, vamos ver aqui se a gente tem no ponto aqui a questão do traçado. A gente até tem aqui, ó, deixa eu só mudar aqui, a gente tem aí, ó, essa é a pista, 3.921 quilômetros, 6 curvas para a esquerda, 8 para a direita, a reta, a longa reta ali de Indianápolis, onde os pilotos vão usar e abusar do push to pass, lembrando que são 200 segundos, cada ativação máxima de 20, então o maior ponto de ultrapassagens é sim no final da curva 4 do Indianapolis Motor Speedway, né? Mas no misto é a curva 1, então depois ele faz essa curva de 90 graus para a direita, depois uma curva para a esquerda, um ponto de aceleração plena que é uma curva para a direita, a curva 3, depois uma curva mais fechada, a curva 4, uma chicane ali, curva 5 e 6, e aí sim, reta oposta, quase que 900 metros de pista ali, de reta, para os pilotos acelerarem firme ali também dá para usar o push to pass legal, e nós temos muitas ultrapassagens lá na freada da curva 7, uma curva de 90 graus para a esquerda, depois curva 8 e 9, na 10 ali já começa a voltar para o oval, tem uma, não vou dizer que é uma chicane, né, mas uma freada muito forte da curva 12, puxa para a esquerda, puxa para a direita, entra no circuito oval novamente. O que o Felipe estava falando, galera, é que ali o circuito da Fórmula 1 continuava ali na curva 1 do misto, aí logo depois da curva 1 do misto tem aquela parte cinza, que é uma curva para a direita, para a esquerda, quase um replay dessa pista atual, mas lá na reta oposta, na curva 5 ali, em vez de virar para a esquerda, ele descia para a direita. E o que acontecia? Tinha quase que um hairpin ali, ó, um 180, voltava para a reta oposta e depois o circuito era basicamente o mesmo. Curva 8, curva 9, curva 10, mas aí na curva 11, onde voltava para o circuito oval, era pé embaixo, não existia curva 12, curva 13, era só a curva 1 do circuito oval do Indianapolis Motor Speedway e pé embaixo, e fazia em uma velocidade espetacular. O Ivanildo está colocando: boa tarde, a corrida vai ser transmitida na Fox? Vai sim, galera. A corrida vai ser transmitida pelo grupo Disney. Daqui 9 minutos a largada. Uma boa prova a todos aí, valeu. Passamos dos 200 likes. Você que não deixou o like, manda o like aí. Você que não é inscrito no nosso canal, se inscreva. Também vai lá no Instagram do Blog da Indy, @blog da Indy TV. Procure por nós lá. Ajude o nosso canal. No Twitter, Blog da Indy. No Facebook, Blog da Indy. Galera, um abraço, boa prova. Minha aposta continua sendo o Will Power. Vamos colocar aí a volta da pole position do Will Power. Até amanhã na nossa live. Um abraço.
Bam. P1, my friend.
Yeah, P1, man.
P1.
Yeah! You don't know how long it's been since I've had a hole on the road course.
Great last sector, man. Great last sector.
Row 7.
Colton Herta, United States.
Takuma Sato, Japan.
Row 6.
Graham Rahal, United States of America.
Scott McLaughlin, New Zealand.
Row 5.
Romain Grosjean, France.
Jack Harvey, United Kingdom.
Row 4.
Christian Lundgaard, Denmark. Callum Eilert, United Kingdom.
Row 3.
Felix Rosenquist, Sweden.
Patricio Ward, Monterrey, Mexico.
Row 2.
Connor Daly, United States.
Joseph Newgarden, United States.
On the outside of row 1.
Alex Palou, Spain.
And starting on the pole.
Will Power, Australia.
All right, as the cars exit pit road, make the first of a couple of circuits around here before we go green. Let's get one final time the thoughts and impressions of our pit reporters, see what they'll be keeping their eye on today. Let's start with Rob Blackman.
Mark Janes, of all the pit boxes I'll have my eyes on this afternoon, I'll be clearly focused on that of the pole sitter, Will Power. Remember, he won the Grand Prix here in Indianapolis in 2018, and this year he's 4 for 4 in top 4 finishes. But he's the only Penske driver without a win this season. Let's see if that changes this afternoon. I think it will. Now down to my pit reporter partner, Ryan Marine.
Hey, thanks, Rob. And yes, I've got my eye just on this pit lane itself. So crucial to the outcome of any race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We know that's true for the Indy 500. It's also true for the GMR Grand Prix. Just 1 year ago, Jack Harvey looked like he might have the race in the bag until a miscue on pit lane cost him a chance at a good finish on the Indy road course. This road course also features 2 distinct surfaces. Asphalt in the fast lane, if you will, but it's concrete where these cars pit. And keep in mind, it is still damp on this pit lane. That will mean different grip levels as they transition from the fast lane to their pit boxes. So keep an eye on that as we head into the first round of pit stops.
Dalton Kellett a little delayed getting started, and unfortunately that kind of blocked the road for his teammate Tatiana Calderon, but both are underway.
Yeah, both on there. Matter of fact, and ironically, they're so late. The 2-seater of Mario Andretti is actually ahead of them in the lineup right now, so Mario's going to have to let them by to catch up to the field. Mark, one thing I've noticed when they left the pit area, a lot of smoke coming off those tires. You know what that means? It's getting dry.
That's right, and the field starts to form up a little bit now. They start to gather up a little bit. Michael Young, got to give credit to a lot of Hardy race fans because that grandstand in front of you is packed.
Stand J is what we call it here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Indeed, you are correct, Mark Jays. The fans have come out in droves for this GMR Grand Prix. Seeing a little bit of rooster tails, Nick Yeoman, off the back of these cars, but not as bad as I expected. Again, we're not to green flag conditions yet, but the field slowly snaking their way through turn number 4. The pace car has the field under tow as they make their way through the switchback of turns 5 and 6. Whatever you're going to say about the weather, I know one thing. It's going to be a thriller here today in Indianapolis.
Here's a sentence I never thought I'd say. Dalton Kellett, Tatiana Calderon, and Mario Andretti just went 3 wide down Holman Boulevard as those 2 competitors streaked past the legend in the 2-seater. They're trying to catch up to the back of this field. There's no doubt, Michael, you're absolutely right, that the rooster tails are not nearly as prevalent as what we are used to with a truly soaked racetrack. So these parade laps, these pace laps, so very important because, Jake Query, there is no doubt each and every one of these drivers right now, they're asking themselves that same question. How wet is the racetrack right now, and will it get dry enough where we can jump on those dry tires? This is going to be a fascinating opening stanza of this race.
And what's interesting is if you're at the bottom of the racetrack exiting turn number 11, working your way onto the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Oval, you're in a line of very moist track. As a matter of fact, some rooster tails come up. But if you want to go high to avoid that, then you, of course, run the risk of that exterior, that outside wall. So there is some strategy that comes in and some tiptoeing that goes with that. But one line, it seems like, went through, trying to spray up Mark Jaynes as much of that moisture as possible before we go racing.
And there is little doubt, Davey Hamilton, as we get the 1 to go sign at the line, there is little doubt there are some portions of this track, like this main straightaway, that are still plenty wet and producing rooster tails, and there are some that are really starting to
really, what's going to happen, the tires are going to wear out really rapidly. There's parts of this racetrack, as you said, Mark, even the drivers going down the front straightaway are really trying to find that wet part of the racetrack to keep these Firestone rain tires cool so they don't wear out. So they find out where, to make sure that they have a good traction when the green comes out.
Will Power, Alex Palou is there on the front row. Newgarden, Connor Daly, row number 2. Pato Award, Felix Rosenquist, Callum Eilert, Christian Lundgaard in row number 4, and row 5, Jack Harvey, Roman Grosjean. Those are your top 10. And again, Tatiana Calderon and Dalton Kellett are still trying to catch the field. And they slow up a little bit. So Michael Young, they're in the north end still the field, actually starting to exit turn number 5. Are those final 2 cars able to catch that field yet?
They just caught them right now. So Jimmy Johnson was the tail end. Now Dalton Kellett and Tatiana Calderon have caught the rear of the field. Going to be an exciting start, Mark Jaynes, as the field now starts to bunch up. Nick Yeoman, they're in your view, making their way through the south end.
Yep, pace car is in the S's, about 2 to 3 car lengths ahead of Will Power. It will begin to accelerate, and Jake Query, we will start to see him stack up 27 cars in rows of 2.
That car of Pato Award, his teammate Felix Rosenquist running 5th and 6th. That papaya orange of McLaren really pops out here underneath these overcast skies. Will Power has just to his left right now, which will be driver outside, Alex Palou, as they start to form into rows of 2. As they work their way, the front of the field does, into turn number 12. They negotiate that right-hander, then will pause for just a little bit, start to accelerate off of turn number 13. Their next right-handed turn, they'll be on the straightaway, and Mark Jaynes, once again, they'll be racing here in May in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's an honor and a privilege to call anything here at the world's greatest race course. This is the 2022 GMR Grand Prix, and the green flag flies as it's a drag race north along the straightaway. Will Power with the advantage toward turn number 1.
First ever wet race with this aero screen. The big mover, Joseph Newgarden, looks inside his teammate Will Power. He will think better of it. We see Alex Palou. He will tuck behind Will Power. Further back, Christian Lundgaard will run off track. He will lose several positions, but the battle is on for second. Joseph Newgarden trying to get around Alex Palou. Will Power will lead the field through turn number 3, and now the charge by Alex Palou. 2 car lengths behind Will Power. They make their way through the switchback of 5 and 6. Palou with a big run.
He got a nice charge to the switchback, and the IndyCar champion's going to go to the outside. Joseph Newgarden's going to entertain, making it 3 wide. Palou's going to nose ahead to the race lead. Power's going to be sandwiched in the middle, and he's going to fall all the way to 3rd. Here comes Pato Award. He'll get around Power and Newgarden to move to 2nd, but the race leader is Alex Palou into turn 10.
And Palou has Pato Award just behind him. Now Will Power is going to push Joseph Newgarden into the grass. Put Power to 3rd. Newgarden has to check up. Rosenquist got by him. So too did Connor Daly. And now the leader is going to be Pato Award into turn number 12. Got inside of Alex Palou. Pato Award has taken the lead here on the road course in lap number 1 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He has Alex Palou, 2 car lengths behind him. Mark Jaynes, an action-packed lap number 1.
No team orders early on, clearly, between Team Penske, Will Power, and Joseph Newgarden getting together. So it's the leader is Pato Award with a strong move in front of Nick Yeoman, but he's already back in front of Michael Young.
From 5th to 1st, young Pato Award. Now the big move is Will Power trying to look to the inside of Alex Palou, starting to already see a dry line here in turn number 1. Further back in about the 9th position, Joseph Newgarden, where he's fallen. Roman Grosjean has got around, but back up to the front of this pack. Boy, oh boy, Nick Yeoman. Pato Award already checked out. 15 car lengths in front of Alex Palou.
So good at Barber Motorsports Park a couple weeks ago, where he won his first race of the season. He is your race leader, and I'll be honest, his teammate is starting to charge as well. Felix Rosenquist, the Swede, just got around Will Power. He moves into the 3rd position. So now it's the IndyCar champ, Alex Palou, wedged between those 2 Aero McLaren cars.
Yep, Alex Palou right now is right in the middle of those 2, but the difference being that Pato Award is really starting to distance. Now Rosenquist is going to take a look on Palou. Put Felix Rosenquist to 2nd position. He sets sights now now on his leader, Pato O'Ward, but Pallot's going to sling back to the outside in turn number 12. Rosenquist shuts that door, so put Felix Rosenquist to second. He now is trying to reel in his teammate, Pato O'Ward, into turn number 14.
As they come off of turn number 14, it's Pato O'Ward, Felix Rosenquist, Alex Pallot, Will Power fourth. Connor Daly is in the fifth position. It's Grosjean, Harvey, Newgarden, Eilon, and McLaughlin. Back to Michael Young.
Well, Felix Rosenquist looked like he was shot out of a cannon as he's made his way down Holman Boulevard. Alex Pallot in that third position, but Pato O'Ward still a 15 car length advantage. Then Rosenquist, Pallot, Will Power. Further back is Connor Daly in that fifth position. As we said, Romain Grosjean in sixth and Jack Harvey in seventh. Further back, battles. Alexander Rossi just got around Joseph Newgarden, but back to the front. Pato O'Ward already through the switchback, at least a second and a half over his teammate Felix Rosenquist.
So about these wet weather setups for the Aero McLaren SP cars, Pato O'Ward's lead is about a football field and a half over over Felix Rosenquist. Give the third place running car, the IndyCar champ Alex Pallot, some credit. He is hanging with Rosenquist. They stack up into turn number 7. Power runs in the fourth position. Let's go to pit lane and check in with Ryan Marine.
Early pit callers. Colton Herta came in on that last lap. He went off of the wet weather tires and left on reds. We got trouble on the race course, guys.
Yep, back in turn number 7, Marcus Ericsson has spun. We've got one car, looks like Graham Rahal's trying to get his car turned back around, and one car just made a trip through the grass. Looks like everybody got filed back out of the racetrack, but Mark, we had about 3 or 4 spun around down here in turn 7.
Davey Hamilton, we have seen cars and drivers come onto pit road. This track is drying, and they want those Firestone reds.
It's drying really, really fast, actually. There's only a few wet spots, and it seems to be down the straightaway. It's Colton Herta, the first one. As we watch him, he's sliding around. He's not having fun right now, but as this track dries out, he's going to love those slicks.
So right now, with 3 laps complete, Rosenquist, Pallot, Grosjean, Eilon, and McLaughlin, the top 10. Pato O'Ward, Will Power, Connor Daly, Alexander Rossi, and Jack Harvey, the top 10. 11th is Newgarden, 12th is Kirkwood. Actually, that's changing a bit now because cars continue to come to pit road. And let's go to Rob Blackman on pit road.
Connor Daly is the next to make the switch to the red tires. Connor Daly swaps and switches to red tires down and away.
Ryan Marine.
Clean stop for Pato O'Ward. He's out on reds. His teammate Felix Rosenquist is set up to go to reds. Joseph Newgarden just left on reds, as did Jack Harvey. It is very busy here on the pit lane. Everyone ditching those wet weather tires to go to the red sidewall slicks to Rob Blackman.
Graham Rahal can say the same. Red tires now for Rahal as he is down and away.
Davey, guys continue to go to those reds. That tells you how quickly this track is drying, especially with no rain and cars running at speed.
Well, here's the winner of that. Colton Herta was in 14th position the lap before when he decided to come up for the slicks. He comes out in second place after everybody's spitting. Only Pato O'Ward was the one to beat him out, so Colton gained 12 spots by putting slicks on that lap earlier.
So weather continues to affect the strategy here at the GMR Grand Prix.
Miss a broadcast? Listen on Pandora or at IndyCarRadio.com.
Something happens when we can't be our true selves. You can hear it in our laughs. There's the half-hearted chuckle. The courtesy conference caller.
Yeah, great.
And of course, the I'm only laughing because I'm dating your daughter.
Oh, that's so true.
If you want to laugh for real, try having some Miller Lite with some friends. It works. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer.
Nice Chevy Trailblazer, Ben.
Thanks. It was love at first sight.
But didn't you say you loved all the room in the Chevy Traverse?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't you say you loved the style of the Chevy Blazer?
No doubt.
And all that technology in the Chevy Equinox?
Definitely.
But the Trailblazer was love at first sight?
Well, I didn't say it was the only one I loved at first sight.
The hardest part of driving home in a new Chevy SUV is choosing which one. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Alexander Rossi from the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the IndyCar Radio Network.
Life insurance is one of those things that just about everybody needs, but few people actually have. Hey, if you die unexpectedly without life insurance, guess what? You'll leave your family with even a bigger mess. Life insurance will help replace your family's income. It'll help cover burial expenses. Life insurance can even help pay off debt like credit cards and medical bills. Life insurance can even pay for college. And if you own a business and you die, life insurance can help your business from collapsing. It can even help cover estate taxes. Life insurance has never been more affordable and needed. Plus, you can always shop around even if you have a plan and save some money. So call the Life Insurance Quote Line right now for free pricing information.
800-932-3721. 800-932-3721. 800-932-3721. That's 800-932-3721.
Complete. Colton Hurdy, your leader. Trouble in the south end. Let's go to Jake Query.
And the trouble got worse. It's Alex Palou who was trying to take the right-handed turn of turn number 10. He went into the grass area, so too did Tatiana Calderon. Calderon was able to go through the grass, get back on track. Palou tried to do the same. The problem is his machine has come to a stop perpendicular to the racetrack in the lower line. Now, fortunately, they have brought out the full course caution. The AMR safety team is going to get to him that allows to get him back under power. But everybody is being notified of the fact that when they come around, they better swing it wide, because Alex Palou, who of course started up towards the front of this race in the second position, flirted with the lead for a minute. Now he sits without any power, waiting to get that car turned around.
Updates from pit road. Let's start with Ryan Marine.
We had a couple of pit stops that happened right as we went to break. That last round of takers in the first round of stops, that included Felix Rosenquist, who's out on reds, Alex Palou. We also saw Romain Grosjean come in and make that switch too. I got an update from Joseph Newgarden's team. They said he's been dealing with a lack of front grip, so on their pit stop, he made a front wing change to try and alleviate that issue. Rob Blackman?
Well, same thing as far as the pit stops, and it literally is the race for the reds, the red tires, that is, here on the south end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we just saw David Malukas, Dalton Kellett, and Jimmy Johnson, the latest in the group to come in and put on the red tires.
This report for the pits brought to you by Speedway, the official fuel and convenience store of IndyCar. Dave, you've had a couple of looks at what happened with Alex Palou.
Yeah, basically got in sideways and couldn't save it, overcorrected, got in the grass, and once you do that, it's all over. Took him a long time to get out of that grass. He actually got out of it, back on track, but must have stalled the car once.
6 laps complete. We're under caution. Full field rundown. Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Power, Daly, Newgarden, Sato, Rossi, McLaughlin, and Grosjean. 11th is Harvey. 12th is VK. 13th, Pagano. 14th, Ilott. 15th, Dixon. 16th, DeFrancesco. 17th, Kirkwood. 18th, Elio Castro-Neves. 19th, Juan Montoya. 20th, Dalton Kellett. 21st, Ray Hall. 22nd, Erickson. 23rd, Malukas. Christian Lundgaard, 24th. Jimmy Johnson, 25th. Tatiana Calderon, 26th. And Palou will go a lap down and fall all the way down to the 27th position. Okay, Davey, 6 laps complete. Just one lap now on these Firestone Reds. Let's look at that fuel strategy. Still the 3-stopper?
Still 3-stopper, Mark. Fuel's okay. Now it's all going to be the tires. And if you look, Colton they played it perfect. He was the first one in, gained 12 spots, went from 14th to now, 13 spots. He's now leading this race. And what a job he's doing. He almost lost control where Palou did, but man, what quick hands Colton had, and he saved it, and in the lead he is.
We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the IndyCar Radio Network. Time now for a minute with Mario, presented by Ruoff Mortgage. This week's question comes from Jerry Lake, who wants to know, of all the forms of racing where he's competed, what was Mario's favorite? And we ask him how he feels about Will Power closing in on his all-time pole record.
Well, the records are made to be broken, and Will has shown that, he's been a big force in qualifying throughout his career, and again, good for him, and we'll just wait and see. Could happen this year, or maybe, maybe next year. But he's still young enough, obviously. But honestly, it was running dirt champ cars. It's amazing, and that really served me well as far as running in the wet. in either Formula One or Indy cars, wet races, because that's what you do on the dirt. Every single lap, conditions change, and you keep chasing for grip, and that's what you do in the wet. You know, every lap is different, and believe it or not, that taught me a lot. That served me very, very well throughout my career.
A Minute with Mario, presented by Ruoff Mortgage. For a fast mortgage process, apply online at ruoff.com. Email your questions for Mario to radio@indycar.com. And again, 7 laps complete now. Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Power, Daly, Newgarden, then Sato, Rossi, and McLaughlin, with Romain Grosjean currently running 10th. Rhonda Kelly joins us now, Executive Director of the All Clear Foundation. Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, GMR is one of the largest public safety agencies in the U.S. 36,000 responders employed. Randy Owen founded the All Clear Foundation. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Oh, Randy is the CEO of GMR. He shares dual passions for IndyCar and also for the wellness of emergency responders nationally. He founded the All Clear Foundation. I am grateful to have been appointed the director, and we work together to improve the overall well-being and the longevity of emergency responders and frontline medical workers across the country.
Yeah, multiple domains, is that right?
Yes, absolutely. You know, we really target people who operate in high-stress occupations, much like race car drivers.
Yeah.
And try to take care of those who take care of us.
Federal grants are always helpful. You recently received some help in that regard.
Yes, absolutely. We're very grateful to have received a $2 million HRSA grant to target the responders and healthcare workers in small, rural, and medically underserved communities.
Rhonda Kelly is our guest, Executive Director of the All Clear Foundation. And so how do you target specifically what underserved communities you will be serving?
Oh, fantastic. We already have a list from the Department of Health and Human Services of what they consider to be medically underserved communities, and we outreach to them to gauge their interest in participating and to start forming relationships.
So lastly, we want to ask you ways that responders support the NTT IndyCar Series.
Oh, fantastic question. You know, the race doesn't happen without emergency responders, from the AMR safety team to the firefighters on standby, EMS, air medical, security. And we're very grateful to be part of this community.
Thank you very much for your support. Go back to being a fan now.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, Rhonda Kelly. And the green flag flies as they head to Michael Young at turn 1.
Colton Herta about a 2-car length advantage over Patricio Award. Then Rosenquist, Power, Connor Daly are top 5. Newgarden just outside the top 5 and 6. Then Takuma Sato. But Colton Herta, the first to go on those reds, able to gap himself. Now about 4 car lengths ahead of Pato Award. Rosenquist, again 4 car lengths back from his teammate. It's Colton Herta down Holman Boulevard.
Herta and Award, their names will probably always be connected. Indy Lights rivals, rookies the same year, and now battling here into turn number 7. Colton Herta with about a 2-car length advantage over Award. Award with about a 3-car length advantage over his teammate Rosenquist in third.
Yep, for so long it was the future. The future is now. Colton Herta running first with Pato Award just behind him. Then good run so far for Felix Rosenquist, followed by the pole sitter Will Power. They work their way now through single file. Later, a little bit further back in the field, it's Callum Eilot who is trying to get in on Jack Harvey. Not able to make that move. Leaders already into turn number 14.
Well, no question for Colton Herta. Dear old dad helping with that race strategy and made a really good call to bring him in when he did. And Michael Young, sometimes it's all about timing, and the timing so far worked well for Colton Herta.
Just picture perfect, and that is what Brian Herta does best. His son, Colton Herta, now dives into turn number 1. Still about that 3-car length advantage over Pato Award. The battle right now is on for that 4th place position. Will Power just ahead of Connor Daly, but now Joseph Newgarden starting to stalk Connor Daly. He'll take a look to the inside of the exit of turn number 4. Joseph Newgarden not able to get around. Again, that's the battle for the 5th position.
Yep, Power gets a nice charge through the switchback to get away from that battle for 5th. Newgarden's got to run, though. Daly's going to protect the inside and break super late. Joseph thought about making a pass to the outside, but Connor was too strong. Newgarden, though, all over his fellow American. Connor Daly holding that 5th spot, Jake, for now into 10.
So we'll take a look at that exact battle. Connor Daly in the Bitnile machine. It's navy blue with light blue on the wing. The light blue prominent car is Joseph Newgarden running in 6th. Newgarden again on turn number 12 is right on the rear wing of Connor Daly, not able to make up that ground as they set up for 13. So if Joseph Newgarden's going to get around Daly, he's going to have to wait another lap.
Davey, you're taking a look, see who's laying on that push to pass.
Yeah, absolutely, because that is going to play a part in this race, I have a feeling. But I also look at the weather. There could be another system coming in here in about a half hour with a little more moisture. We'll have to wait and see. But I'll tell you, Colton Herta and that team played that strategy perfect. They were the first ones on the slicks. I honestly thought that was not going to be the greatest of moves, but man, did he ever pick up some spots. So impressed by that move.
Speaking of picking up spots, how about Joseph Newgarden, Nick Yeoman? When you see him next time by, you'll see him in front of Connor Daly.
Yep, he set Connor Daly up down the front straightaway and got around him to the inside. Now Connor's got his hands full with Takuma Sato, the two-time Indy 500 champion. Always so strong in May. He's going to attack to the inside. They're going to go side by side. Then Daly nearly gets shoved off the racetrack. He's going to lose another spot. Sato gets him, and Connor Daly holding on for dear life.
Yeah, Connor Daly is holding on for dear life. As a matter of fact, kind of got hung to the outside because right in front of him, it's Alexander Rossi, who also got passed. Now he's got a freight train by him. Scott McLaughlin got him. So too did Jack Harvey. Connor Daly is dropping like an absolute stone right now as they work their way into turn number 12. Appears there might be a problem for that Bitnow machine. Mark, we're going to watch. He stays on the inside line, bypasses pit road.
11 laps complete, 12 laps complete this time by Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Power, Newgarden, and Sato. Rossi, McLaughlin, Harvey, and VK, the top 10. Alexander Rossi looks fast. Can he catch Takuma Sato into turn 1, Michael?
Not quite there, but now looking forward, the battle for that fourth position. Boy, Joseph Newgarden had a heck of a run on his teammate Will Power, but broke too late. Lost a little bit of that momentum, but Will Power has about a 4-car length advantage over his teammate Joseph Newgarden, but Nick, Joseph's coming.
Yeah, he is. The gap right now is about 6 car lengths as those two Team Penske cars streak down Holman Boulevard. Red nose, black rear wing for the Ryzen Chevrolet of Will Power. It's blue and white for Newgarden. It closes up to about 3 car lengths. Jake, we may have a battle for fourth here momentarily.
Leader is Colton Herta. Substantial gap before you get back to that pair of McLarens, and then that battle we're going to peek in on. Will Power with his teammate Joseph Newgarden just behind him. Right now, Power enjoys about an 8-car length advantage. It shrinks just a little bit as Power, of course, checks up for that 12-13 combo, but Newgarden has to do the same, and as a result, the gap stays the same through turn number 14.
Colton Herta has a comfortable advantage, 2.4 seconds. Then it's Pato Award, Rosenquist. Then Power and Newgarden. That one's not tightening up much, but what is kind of tightening up a little bit further behind them is Scott McLaughlin and Jack Harvey. Michael Young, that's the battle for 8.
Yes, indeed, and Scott McLaughlin dives deep, actually trying to close in on the rear wing of Alexander Rossi, but it's Jack Harvey that's on the attack right now. Scott McLaughlin makes his way through turn number 3. Jack Harvey closes in again. Boy, he really needs a good finish and trying to get past McLaughlin right now. They're through the switchback, and Jack Harvey has a slight run.
It's been a miserable season for Jack Harvey so far. Big crash and missed the Texas event. Really hasn't had anything to write home about, but he is putting the pressure on Scott McLaughlin, the winner at St. Petersburg. Closes to within a car length behind McLaughlin. Those two red and black cars streaking their way into turn number 10.
Sponsor, Snap-on Tools. That red and black machine, as you had mentioned, Nick. And then it's the Hy-Vee machine of Jack Harvey, also black with red lettering. They work their way now. Oh, Harvey really got a good run on McLaughlin entering turn number 12, but he was not able to make the move. The leader's now already on the main straightaway.
14 laps complete this time by. It's Colton Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Power, and Newgarden. Sato, Rossi, McLaughlin, Harvey, and VK, your top 10. I know he's got a Chevrolet logo on his shirt, but I feel like he should have a Radio Network logo on his shirt because he's up here so often. It's time to visit with our good friend from Chevrolet, Jim Campbell. Hi, Jim. Welcome as always.
It's great to be back at the Speedway. It's the month of May. We've been waiting for this all year. The fans are here. I know the drivers have been hungry. You can see it in the way they're driving. Super aggressive. They're super happy to be here racing at Indy and obviously leading up to the 500. But this is a big day for Chevy. We had a good, strong start to the season with 4 wins.
Right.
And we have 199 wins with our 2.2-liter direct-injected twin-turbo Chevy Indy V6. And so we're right in the cusp. We'd like to get one more to make it a nice even 100.
Well, you got 4 of the top 5 running right now, huh?
Absolutely. And but I tell you what, Herta early pit stop, drove beautifully through there, and we're going to have to chase him down. It's going to be unbelievable competition here all day.
Yeah,
Full action there.
We've got one of the rocket cars off of the grass. That is the car of Kyle Kirkwood. It looks like he's able to keep it back underway. Hopefully Kyle can get it back onto the track. He had worked his way up toward the top 20. Matter of fact, was running 19th, and it looks like he's going to get back on course, but he's going to fall all the way to the rear of the field. Jim, a lot of excitement, obviously. I think I posted on social media, you guys get this pace car thing right again and again and again. And how about your driver, Sarah?
Yeah, well, Sarah Fisher, she's an incredible ambassador for the sport. She's the fastest woman ever run in IndyCar. She ran with Chevy for many years. So proud. She's going to be the official pace car driver from start to finish in the Indianapolis 500. We couldn't be prouder. She'll be driving our new Corvette Z06. Which is an unbelievable machine. Today she's driving the Stingray, which has got 6.2 liters, 470 foot-pounds of torque, 495 horsepower. All these Corvettes, they can handle the track, and it's great to have her at the wheel.
Of course, this is an important month for Chevrolet, obviously, but I think just as important to Chevrolet is the opportunity to kind of be the centerpiece of an event once we clear the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jake Query, let's go to Jake.
Joseph Newgarden just made contact. I believe it was with Alexander Rossi. He was able to avoid any contact to the inside wall, but he spun around that PPG machine, has it going back in the right direction, but has to stay high. He's going to cause a traffic jam as he limps around. Joseph Newgarden involved in an incident here in turn number 10.
Davey, clearly a problem with the car, Joseph Newgarden.
Yeah, left rear tire's down. It definitely cut his left rear tire. Matter of fact, both rear tires are flat on that car, so it's just dragging the back of that race car. He got really tight down there. Sato actually made a pass on Newgarden, kind of got him out of shape, offline a little bit. Then him and Rossi got together, and then one other car joined. I didn't catch who that was, but it looks like Joseph's the only one that they got the major part of the damage.
So, caution on the course for Joseph Newgarden. Jim, a couple of things before we let you go. Let's preview how thrilled you are that the TT IndyCar Series will be in Detroit after we clear the Indianapolis.
Oh, we can't wait. I mean, it's going to be, we're racing on Belle Isle again. Last time on Belle Isle, then we'll move to the city of Detroit the following year. And that's, that's our world headquarters right there for Chevrolet. And to be racing there with amazing IndyCar racing, amazing drivers. We couldn't be more excited about it. And we're going to have a lot of interaction both there and here at Indianapolis with a lot of our Chevrolet owners and fans. We had Corvette Corral here full up today, and they were super excited to see the race today and also see Sarah drive that Corvette pace car here to start the race.
You're a good friend of ours, Chevrolet, a tireless supporter of open wheel racing and this radio network, and you're always welcome here.
Man, this is an exciting race. Can't wait to see the rest of it here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Jim Campbell, our guest from Chevrolet. Caution on the course, your top 10. Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Power, Sato, Rossi, Harvey, McLaughlin, Grosjean, and VK at the GMR Grand Prix.
Again this year, 2 Indiana dairy farmers will continue one of the sports world's most beloved traditions, the Indy 500 Victory Circle Bottle of Milk.
Louis Meyer, Indy's first 3-time winner, launched the tradition in the 1930s when he asked for a glass of buttermilk to quench his thirst. 9 decades and gallons of ice-cold milk later, the iconic celebration endures.
So grab your own glass and share the same great taste that's savored by Indy 500 champions in May. And every day, winners drink milk.
Racing Optics is the official aero screen and helmet protective solution partner of IndyCar and NTT IndyCar Series. Racing Optics is a Wilson family-owned business with deep motorsport roots. Dempsey Wilson competed as a rookie in the 1958 Indy 500 with A.J. Foyt. Racing Optics is proud to continue the family legacy of participating in and working with IndyCar for 60-plus years. Visit racingoptics.com to learn more about the windshield protection and helmet tear-offs featured on every IndyCar.
At PPG, we work hard every day to develop and deliver the paints and coatings that customers have trusted for over 135 years. We know that paint can do more than just change the color of your walls, because we've built our reputation by solving our customers' biggest challenges. From cars and airplanes to skyscrapers and houses, we protect and beautify the world. Visit ppg.com to find out more. PPG is proud to be the official aero screen of IndyCar.
This is NTT IndyCar Series driver Rinus VK from the road course at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the IndyCar Radio Network.
Hi everyone, this is 1986 Indy 500 winner Bobby Rahal. I'm a board member of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum because I believe the stories and legends of the Brickyard need to be shared. You can join me in supporting the IMS Museum simply by becoming a member. Join the museum today and enjoy free admission all year, plus discounts for events, track tours, and at the gift shop, plus invitations to special members-only events. Learn more at imsmuseum.org.
For more than 30 years, the Children's Foundation has partnered with Racing for Kids, the longest continuing children's charity in racing, to advance the health and wellness of children and their families. Through funding, grant making, and advocacy, the Children's Foundation empowers community health initiatives, pediatric research advancements, and medical education. Racing for Kids and the Children's Foundation, partners on the move.
Today's race is brought to you by Firestone, the official tire of the NTT IndyCar Series for driving IndyCar legends. American Medical Response, official partner of the NTT IndyCar Series and the AMR IndyCar Safety Team. Ruoff Mortgage, for a fast mortgage process. Apply online at ruoff.com. Chevrolet, official vehicle of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And by NTT, the official technology and title partner of the NTT IndyCar Series.
18 laps complete under caution. Single car incident involving Joseph Newgarden, Colton Herta, Pato Award, Felix Rosenquist, Will Power, Takuma Sato, the top five. Rossi is 6th, Harvey is 7th, McLaughlin is 8th, Grosjean is 9th, VK is 10th. Ilott is 11th, Pagano is 12th, Dixon 13th, 14th Di Francesco, 15th Elio Castroneves, 16th Rahal, 17th Daly, 18th Malukas, 19th Lundgaard, 20th Kellett, 21st Montoya, 22nd Tatiana Calderon, 23rd Jimmy Johnson, 24th Kyle Kirkwood, 25th Marcus Ericsson, 26th Alec Palou, a lap down. Joseph Newgarden is 27th, Ryan Marine.
That car is being towed back to Gasoline Alley. In fact, the pit crew has just packed up all of the equipment. They loaded the tires onto the pit cart and are driving back in that direction now. The intention is to assess just the extent of the damage to that machine and, if possible, get him back out. But any chance of victory or even a decent finish appears to have gone out the window with that incident that brought out the second caution of this race.
And let's get another update from pit road about Marcus Ericsson, find out why why he's currently listed as 25th. Rob?
Yeah, he's been struggling to find speed all day, as you know, Mark. Currently P25. They're trying to change their luck. This Husky Chocolate crew associated with Chip Ganassi Racing in the Honda number 8. They just switched out the rear wing, a brand new rear wing assembly for Marcus Ericsson, down and away with a brand new rear wing, trying to change his fortunes because he has been struggling mightily here this afternoon.
And Dave, you just saw on the monitor that we have, the multi-screen monitor, there's a little bit of a noticeable wiggle on the left front wing assembly for Jack Harvey, and that could affect the handling of that race car.
Yeah, it's definitely going to affect the handling. Harvey he got damaged as well, and what happened with that is Sato, he made a pass on Newgarden, and Newgarden got a little out of shape, and then left Rossi a run on him, and then left also Harvey, as you said, with a run underneath of him. But what happened, he just got squeezed out, and Harvey's wing got into the side of Newgarden, and Rossi got a little tap too, but Newgarden got the short end of the stick.
And outside of his win here in 2020, this place has not been particularly kind to Joseph Newgarden. Green flag flies. It's all Colton Herta, followed by O'Ward, Rosenquist, and Power to turn 1.
Yeah, the battle is for that 4th position. Takuma Sato, no attack, no chance. He made the attack, and he made it look easy. Got around Will Power into turn number 1. So move Takuma Sato to that 4th position. Move Will Power back to 5th. But it's been Colton Herta thus far. He's already, he got trouble. It's trouble in turn number 3. It's Callum Ilott and potentially Romain Grosjean. We've got... it's a 21 of Rinus VK. Those cars look identical. Ilott and Rinus VK go around at the exit of turn number 3. The VK machine faces directly towards me, looking back to the exit of turn number 3, waiting to see if there's caution in the field, already down into the S's.
Everyone's slowing up right now. Jake Query in front of you. Actually, Mark, let's go back to the booth.
Yep, there is caution on the course. Two-car incident involving Callum Ilott and the car of Rinus VK at the GMR Grand Prix.
Alexa, play IndyCar Radio.
There are many ways to say Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. You could say it with your show choir buddies at your high school reunion.
Miller Lite is more taste and no 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
However you say it, it's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer for 12 fluid ounces. Miller Lite, 96 calories, 3.2 carbs. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Taste test performed by Institute for Perception, February 2018.
Nice Chevy Trailblazer, Ben.
Thanks. It was love at first sight.
But didn't you say you loved all the room in the Chevy Traverse?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't you say you loved the style of the Chevy Blazer?
No doubt.
And all that technology in the Chevy Equinox?
Definitely.
But the Trailblazer was love at first sight?
Well, I didn't say it was the only one I loved at first sight.
The hardest part of driving home in a new Chevy SUV is choosing which one. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Hey, car lovers. At Advance Auto Parts, we have what you need to keep your car running all season long. So if you enjoy getting ahead of the curve when it comes to taking care of your ride, Advance Auto Parts has everything to keep your ride on track to reach the victory lap. Because you can trust the team at Advance Auto Parts to assist you in finding what you need at the right price. Stop by Advance Auto Parts, where you're always number one.
This is how we advance.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Simon Pagenaud from the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is IndyCar Radio Network.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more. 877-247-1584. 877-247-1584. 877-247-1584.
22 laps complete. Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Sato power the top five. Rossi, Harvey, McLaughlin, Grosjean, Eilert the top 10. Calvin Eilert got together with Rinus VK. Somebody else was a victim of circumstance, David.
Yeah, you're sure right. Eilert did get into the side of VK, push him off. You've seen that right from the start. But then here comes DeFrancesco, nowhere to go, smashes into the side of VK's car, really puts a big hole in the side pod. I don't see VK being able to get good. He is in the pit, by the way, but I think there's just too much room, too much work to get that thing going.
Quick update from Ryan Marine.
Well, definitely a lot of damage to that side pod, and that side skirt area very much crumpled up and bent as well. Right now, the Sonax crew for Ed Carpenter Racing, they are using some tape to try and secure that bit of the fender, essentially, that extends in front of the rear wheel. That is broken, and it is flapping around, or it was as he drove in. They're trying to secure it. An IndyCar official was taking a close look at this repair work as well. The engine is off on the Sonax machine for Rinus VK, former winner on this circuit. Does not look like that will be repeated here today.
Updates from the pits brought to you by Speedway, the official fuel and convenience store of IndyCar. One of the nicest people I've ever had the opportunity to work with and know. Steph Wilson, Rob Blackman, good news for him regarding the 106th Indianapolis 500.
Oh, indeed it is. We all found out just a few days ago, Steph Wilson, that you would indeed be the 33rd entry for the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500 in about 15 days from now. Do you mind talking about the collective effort it took to make this happen with not only Cusick Motorsports, certainly A.J. Foyt Enterprises, but Dragon Speed Racing as well? Really a collective group of teams coming together to make this happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's a collective effort that's allowed us to be in this position. You know, immediately following the conclusion of last year's race, myself, Don Cusick, we started working on this year and being back at the 2022 Indy 500. And just really stoked to get a fourth start for myself, and then also for Don Cusick to get his second time here at the Indy 500. So a massive effort behind the scenes, almost a year-long process. For a while, it didn't look like it was going to happen, and just really relieved the way it did come together. It's really created a foundation that we as a group can build upon. You know, having all the expertise of Dragon Speed, teaming up with Foyt as essentially a pseudo fourth car there. So there's a lot of experience we can rely on there. And then essentially, Cusick Motorsports, it's their first foray by themselves. So really creating a foundation that we can not just do this Indy 500, but hopefully more IndyCar races in the future for myself and for Cusick Motorsports.
And as fans of IndyCar racing, we hope so as well. Thank you, Steph, and we'll see you beginning next week.
Thank you. Yeah, looking forward to seeing a packed house on race day here and seeing all the fans.
One of the nice people, Davey, in all of motorsports.
Oh, I love it.
Steph
Great
Wilson.
brother, was able to teammate with his brother Justin, got to know Stefan, so just a great opportunity and very, very happy for him.
Yeah, and again, he is the 33rd entry for the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. So 24 laps will be complete this time by Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Sato, and Power, your top five. Rossi, 6th. Harvey is 7th. McLaughlin is 8th. Grosjean is 9th, and Callum Eilert is 10th. The skies darken as the green flag flies, and a great jump for Colton Herta into turn number 1.
Yeah, certainly a change in the weather is coming as another front moves in. Colton Herta 2 car lengths ahead of Pato Award, but again, the mover, Takuma Sato, tries to look to the inside of Felix Rosenquist, unable to make a pass. Now Rosenquist able to gap himself 3 car lengths. Rosenquist in 3rd, Sato in that 4th position. But it's all Colton Herta on the restart, 4 car lengths ahead of Pato Award.
Yeah, that accident really didn't give us a chance to sing the praises of how good that pass Takuma Sato made on Will Power on the previous restart, but that car is fast. He runs in 4th, right behind Rosenquist, Award in 2nd, then of course your leader, Colton Herta. They snake their way through the S's into turn 9.
Everybody is pretty clean through the S's. That has not been the case with every circuit here. It is Colton Herta now starting to perhaps feel a little bit of heat from Pato Award, then Felix Rosenquist before you get to Sato. Another interesting battle shaping up. It is Will Power and as well Alexander Rossi that have become very close to one another, but everybody single filed the leader, Colton Herta, through turn number 14.
Yeah, I for sure noticed Alexander Rossi getting a little racy as he exited the north end as the leaders come off of turn number 14. So it's Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Sato, and Power. Power and Rossi, that is the battle for the 5th position. We'll see if it tightens up in front of Michael Young.
Well, we'll see if that does indeed tighten up as Alexander Rossi, boy, he'll brake extremely late into turn number 1. That'll tuck him underneath the rear wing of Will Power, but unable to get back on that throttle is Alexander Rossi. So Will Power able to keep Rossi at bay. Again, that's the battle for the 5th position, but Will Power cleanly through this portion of the course. But look at Jack Harvey. Here he comes on Rossi.
Yeah, it's a good eye, Michael. As soon as Rossi has to check up behind 5th place running Will Power, here comes Jack Harvey in 7th, who's looked awful racy. Harvey's going to get right on that back rear wing of Alexander Rossi into turn number 7. They're separated by about a car length. The American Rossi holding off Harvey, Jake, into turn 10.
You know, it's interesting. Right behind them, you've got Romain Grosjean, who was starting to close in on Scott McLaughlin. So really good battles on the racetrack right now. But taking a look at that trio, Power with Rossi right behind him, then Jack Harvey. They work the right-hander to this turn number 12, get into the gearbox and accelerate just a little bit, have to check up into 13. They remain the same as they work their way now back onto the main straight.
Front 2 really starting to step away a little bit. In fact, the front 3 or 4 are starting to get some breathing room, but things starts to stack up a little bit behind Will Power. That's the battle for the 5th position.
Well, we'll see as they enter the turn. Will Power again running in that 5th position. Rossi behind him, then Jack Harvey. Will Power able to gap Alexander Rossi. Again, the battle for that 5th position, about 2 car lengths ahead of Rossi is Will Power. Jack Harvey 2 car lengths behind Alexander Rossi. So that sandwich and that battle for 5th makes its way through the switchback of 5 and 6.
Leaders underneath the pedestrian bridge. Colton Herta's advantage over Pato Award. Just 2 or 3 car lengths, so that continues to tighten up. Then it's Rosenquist all by himself in 3rd. Sato by himself in 4th. Then it's Power in 5th. And that battle we've talked about, Rossi and Jack Harvey, it rages into turn number 10.
And I want to take a look back to that leader up front, Colton Herta, because Pato Award slowly but surely feels like he's starting to draw a beat on that Gamebridge machine. As a matter of fact, it's just 2 car lengths, the separation between the 2 of them as they take that final little area here on the road course at Indy.
Just got a peek of a camera view back in the garage area, and it looks like they've wheeled the car of Joseph Newgarden back out of the garage, so Penske making the necessary repairs and hopefully able to get him back in the race and maybe salvage some damage. Michael Young, the leader's tightening up into turn number 1.
Let's not forget Pato Award's charge to the front from 5th to 1st at the start of this race. Then Colton Herta came in for the tires. That gave him the lead after he passed Pato Award. But Colton Herta will be able to hold Pato Award off about a 4-car length advantage. And man, oh man, did Colton Herta get a good run through that switchback. Call it 7-car lengths, but here comes Pato Award.
I mean, the strategy's been perfect for Herta, but let's not kid ourselves. That car hasn't shown a ton of pace this weekend. Pato Awards has, and he is stalking Herta into turn number 7. It's about 2 car lengths as they snake to the left, back to the right, and then once to the right once again for turn number 10. Still 3 car lengths.
And again, it stays 3 car lengths as Colton Herta, taking that sweep of turn number 10, got just a little bit wide. Pato Award kept it a little closer to the bottom of the racetrack, exiting turn 11. Now, as they work their way into turn number 12, Herta starts to get a little distance before they make the left-hander, but Pato Award is right there. Herta really started to break a little bit earlier into 14. Pato Award just behind him.
Certainly want to give a tip of the cap to the quality ride that Rosenquist in 3rd and 4th place running Takuma Sato are giving their cars. Again, some distance among the front 4. Power starting to step away a little bit. Can Jack Harvey catch Alexander Rossi into 1, Michael Young?
That'll be the battle for that 6th position as the wicked wind from the west starts to pick up. Another front moving in. Alexander Rossi gaps himself about 4 car lengths over Jack Harvey. He tries to tuck underneath that rear wing of Willpower. Too far away to accomplish that. But Jack Harvey gets a nice run out of turn 4. But here comes Alexander Rossi on Willpower.
It is 5th, 6th, and 7th. And you're right, Rossi rocketed through the switchback. He's going to close it within about 3 car lengths, but does not want to abuse those Firestones into turn 7. He'll close it within a car length of Willpower, continuing to put the pressure on into turn 9.
The battle between Rossi and Power, which is the battle for 5th, is so good that Jack Harvey refuses to let it get too far away. He wants to keep a close eye on it. Harvey in that high V machine running in the 7th position. Right now, again, Rossi really closes in on Willpower through turn number 12. It's about a half a car length, but Willpower's able to shut that door. They work their way now through 13. Again, throw a blanket over him. Willpower, Rossi, and Jack Harvey.
Rob Blackman with more on Joseph Newgarden.
Well, he has just exited the garage. He is strapped into the car, and they are beginning the long, slow push to push him back out onto the track. So indeed, as you spoke of a moment ago, Mark Janes, it looks as if Joseph Newgarden is going to head back out to the track and give it a go.
Michael Young, you just saw a pass in turn number 1.
Rotors were glowing on both Harvey and Alexander Rossi's car. Moved Jack Harvey to P6. What a great move he made out of Alexander Rossi. He passed it, broke late, and got another great run. He's not done yet. He wants that 5th position from Willpower.
Willpower's got about a 2-car length advantage, but Jack Harvey in that high V car for Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan has come to life here in the middle portions of this race. He'll close to within a car length of Willpower. Both those cars absolutely planted to this now dry racetrack. Power's got the 5th spot, Harvey running in 6th.
Aesthetically, they look the same, the machines of Willpower and Jack Harvey, but right now it looks like Jack Harvey's might be the faster one, but Willpower taking a lane that kind of opened the door for Jack Harvey into turn number 12. Harvey not able to take advantage. Rossi is right there as well. Willpower enjoys right now, if you can call it enjoying, a car length and a half lead over Jack Harvey as lightning just struck overhead here, Mark, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
27 laps on these tires, Davey, with 9 laps of caution. What's the wear like on these Reds right now?
Yeah, you know, I think the tires are very cool. I think they're as good as they could possibly be, probably better than most conditions, just because they're keeping cool. The track's cool right now. This overcast is helping all these cars with these red tires on.
So, 30 laps complete. It's Herta, Award, Rosenquist, Sato, and Power. Harvey, Rossi, Grosjean, McLaughlin, and Pagano, the top 10 of the GMR Grand Prix.
Something happens when we can't be our true selves. You can hear it in our laughs. There's the half-hearted chuckle. The courtesy conference caller.
Yeah, great.
And, of course, the I'm only laughing because I'm dating your daughter.
Oh, that's so true.
If you want to laugh for real, try having some Miller Lite with some friends. It works. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer.
Nice Chevy Trailblazer, Ben.
Thanks. It was love at first sight.
But didn't you say you loved all the room in the Chevy Traverse?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't you say you loved the style of the Chevy Blazer?
No doubt.
And all that technology in the Chevy Equinox?
Definitely.
But the Trailblazer was love at first sight?
Well, I didn't say it was the only one I loved at first sight.
The hardest part of driving home in a new Chevy SUV is choosing which one. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
This is Jake Query, Turn 3 announcer of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network, with this Driven to Save Lives Fast Fact brought to you by Indiana Donor Network, official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did you know that in the time it takes an Indy car to complete a 2.5-mile lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can do something legendary to save lives? By signing up to be an organ and tissue donor, you can save up to 8 lives and help heal 75 more. Sign up to be an organ donor at driventosavelives.org. That's driven, the number 2, savelives.org.
This is NTT IndyCar Series driver Joseph Newgarden. From the road course at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is the IndyCar Radio Network.
This May, it's the tune that's calling us to come back together again, to come back to the spectacle, to come.
Back home again in Indiana.
The Indianapolis 500, Sunday, May 29th. Visit IMS.com for more information.
The lead out of turn 1. We have 2 laps to go in the 105th running of the Indian.
Race fans, we hope you're enjoying today's action. Make sure you never miss a lap with TuneIn, where you can listen to this and 100,000 more live radio stations on any device, including the world's largest network of local and national sports talk channels and podcasts.
Sometimes you have bad luck, but if you got speed, right, Lewis?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're slow.
Go to TuneIn.com or download the free TuneIn app to listen.
Can't help but get a little excited for Indy GP just because we've gone well there from Indy Lights to IndyCar. That being said, you can't, in this series right now, you can't be complacent at any track. You know, it's so tight that when we shared it with NASCAR, I mean, you know, we missed pole by just a little over 1/10 of a second and I was 7th. You know, so it's so tight, it's so close that it's a great track for me, you know, at least has been. But I only ever think of it in my head as that it has been a great track. It's no guarantee it's going to be a great track, but, you know, can't help but feel some warm and fuzzies.
And I mean, I had to include that soundbite from Jack Harvey. I mean, when you make warm and fuzzies and then put that in a soundbite, that's got to be in the show. Pit stops are underway. Davey Hamilton, Colton Hurd among the first to pit road. Tell you what, Davey, let's check in with Ryan Marine.
Pato O'Ward just roaring out of his pit stall. It's back out on reds as we've seen up and down pit lane. Everyone going to the reds. We expect Callum Eilot in. We expect Roman Grosjean in. Everybody making that dash to the pit lane.
Rob Blackman.
Yeah, it's exactly what Ryan Marina is saying. Will Power, of course, was one of the very first to go out, if not the first, after making that change. The next to do the same will be Jack Harvey, as his pit crew is lined up and ready to do the exact same.
Updates from the pits brought to you by Speedway, the official fuel and convenience store of IndyCar. We speculated during the break, Davey, that pit window was opening up. Colton Herta doing what he did the last time, essentially pitting a lap earlier than everyone else.
Yeah, and then, you know, it didn't kind of pit stop out of this race. It actually added one by them pitting earlier. They're basically on the same strategy they were before. Long ways to go in this race. Pato O'Ward waited another lap just like they did before, but the overcut did not work. Colton Herta's pit was a little faster. O'Ward got held up by Rossi coming into pit, so that cost him a little bit.
Ryan Marine.
Felix Rosenquist pits from the lead. It's a set of sticker reds for the Views machine. It's an 8.3 second stop. He's down and away, Rob.
David Malukas also coming to pit lane for the sticker reds as well. Not a great stop for his team. 10.5 on the stop for Malukas.
Because with all of these fronts approaching, Davey, and things not being as sunny, maybe things being just a tad bit cooler and windier. And wait a minute, Michael Young, turn 1, maybe a battle for the lead here.
Oh my, Felix Rosenquist came off of pit lane. He was side by side with Colton Herta. Pato O'Ward's about 10 car lengths behind. Now remember, Rosenquist has to get these tires up to 10, but man, Nick Gilman, that was close for a second.
Good pit stop and a good outlap has allowed Rosenquist to leapfrog his teammate Those cold tires are going to allow Colton Herta to streak away a little bit, but as they get up and set for turn number 7, the advantage for Herta is about 6 car lengths. Another 5 or 6, Jake, back to Pato O'Ward.
Yeah, so Rosenquist has got to be curious as to how long it's going to take his teammate, perhaps Pato O'Ward, to catch up to that. But he's got, and now let's go to Michael Young.
We've got trouble on the backstretch. A car into the tire barrier just at the exit of turns 5 and 6. It is Dalton Kellett. He's tucked underneath the tires just at the exit, as I said, of turn number 6. Coming out of that back straightaway. Lost that car at the exit, spun through the grass, and we haven't seen a caution yet. The field's still green. That car sits to the rest. He will not be able to get it out.
And Davies got Dixon very slow on pit road.
Yeah, it looks like Dixon stretched it just a little bit too long, guys, and looks like he'd ran out of fuel. He's not quite to his pit stall yet, losing a massive amount of time. Boy, yeah, they're coming to push him right now. And yeah, he just had to run up. Here comes his crew to get him, but boy, he's going to lose a massive amount of time.
He last pitted on lap number 3, Davey.
Yeah, he just went too long. They just stretched it out a lap too long, and boy, that cost him any opportunities at all for today.
And we speculated, Davey, over the course of the weekend that where that pit exit was and where that entry to turn number 1, that given the right circumstances, that could be a position where you might see fortunes change in terms of this race. And what a move by Colton Herta.
Yeah, and that's right. Rosenquist, he really did a good job. He gained a spot, obviously, on his teammate. Almost did that overcut on Herta. Almost worked, but Herta had the warmer tires. Pato O'Ward could have done the same thing, but he got held up in the pits. So that little hesitation in the pits really cost him.
Caution on the course. And Jake Query, let's go to the south end, and you tell me conditions are ever involving here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, the winds here have really increased, Mark. I spent a lot of time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm not sure I've ever seen it this windy. Now, there's no precipitation, but all of a sudden, literally about 5 minutes ago, my spotter Darren King looked at me, and both of us had to kind of hold on for a second because I've never seen it like this. The flags are standing straight up, pointing to the east. So the wind is coming from the west. This is a tricky area of the racetrack in general because the grandstands have one little area in the short chute where the wind can come through. But right now, that wind is actually coming from the west, and it is just getting stuck here in the southeast corner of this Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Marcus Ericsson, Kyle Kirkwood being shown as first and second. Ericsson last pitted on lap 18, Kirkwood on lap 23. Full field rundown from there. Colton Herta is third. He was in the last pit stop cycle. Felix Rosenquist is fourth. Pato O'Ward is fifth. Jack Harvey sixth. Takuma Sato is seventh. Scott McLaughlin is eighth. Roman Grosjean is ninth. Will Power is 10th. Simon Pagino 11th. Alexander Rossi is 12th. Elio Castro Neves is 13th. Callum Ilott is 14th. 15th, Tatiana Calderon. 16th is Connor Daly. 17th, Graham Rahal. 18th, David Malukas. 19th, Juan Montoya. 20th, Christian Lundgaard. 21st, Jimmy Johnson. A lap down in 22nd, Alex Palou. Scott Dixon being shown as 23rd. 24th, Devlin DeFrancesco, 2 laps down. Dalton Kellett, a lap down in 25th. 26th, Ritas VK, 2 laps down. And Joseph Newgarden in 27th, 15 laps down. Caution on the course at the GMR Grand Prix.
There are many ways to say Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. You could say it with your show choir buddies at your high school reunion.
Miller Lite is more taste and 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Taste, only 1 more calorie.
However you say it, it's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer for 12 fluid ounces. Miller Lite, 96 calories, 3.2 carbs. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Taste test performed by Institute for Perception, February 2018.
Again this year, 2 Indiana dairy farmers will continue one of the sports world's most beloved traditions, the Indy 500 Victory Circle Bottle of Milk.
Louis Meyer, Indy's first 3-time winner, launched the tradition in the 1930s when he asked for a glass of buttermilk to quench his thirst. 9 decades and gallons of ice-cold milk later, the iconic celebration endures.
So grab your own glass and share the same great taste that's savored by Indy 500 champions in May. And every day, winners drink milk.
In IndyCar racing, it takes a great pit crew to keep the car running at max performance and Firestone tires to get to victory lane. Same holds true for the truck, SUV, or car you drive. You need a great technician to turn to when things ain't running right. And at Firestone Complete Auto Care, our ASE certified technicians are ready to help with anything from brakes to oil changes to batteries and more. For maintenance, repairs, and tires, get to Firestone Complete Auto Care today.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Connor Daly. From the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is the IndyCar Radio Network.
The difference between a Hinchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hinchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hinchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hinchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hinchman, why settle for anything less?
The strength of our country hasn't just been won on the battlefield. It's won every day in our communities when we come together in our toughest times. For over 100 years, the American Legion has been strengthening communities across our nation by providing life-saving help and support to our veterans and neighbors during times like we're facing today. We are the American Legion, Veterans Strengthening America. To learn how you can help, visit legion.org.
So we've completed 38 laps. Erickson Kirkwood last pitted on lap 18 and 23. They are shown as the front two. Colton Herta currently third. Then Rosenquist, Award, Harvey, Sato, McLaughlin, Grosjean, and Power. Skies continue to threaten off in the west. The conditions ever evolving in Davey Hamilton. You think that you would call your car on the pit road for some tires?
Well, if I'm in the back, for sure, you have nothing to lose. Those guys, they don't have a chance. Guys that are in the back, like Ray Hall, Daly, things just aren't going well for them. Johnson, Lundqvist, some of these guys that are back, Montoya, it's going to rain. I mean, it's from my radar, it is going to rain, and it's going to be momentarily. It's not going to hurt your rain tires on these yellow flag laps. So why not come in a pit? Just gamble it's going to rain, and you're going to have rain tires, and everybody else has to come in a pit. Could get you a nice lead.
I guess they wanted to wait until the cars cleared the area where Dalton Kellett ran off, and then once they did that, Davey, then they threw the yellow to get the flatbed out there to retrieve that car, which they have done now, and they have to do some repairs on that tire barrier. And that can't be a temporary fix. I mean, you got to get that tire barrier back in place in its entirety.
Yeah, that's right. It could happen again. So if somebody hits it again, you want to make sure that it could withstand that impact. And so they know how to fix it. They're doing it right now. They have all the tooling. So we'll see. We'll see how long it takes and what this weather is going to do. But the wind has picked up dramatically. But with wind brings weather. And that weather seems to be coming in pretty rapidly.
Updates coming just in terms of a scene set and a condition update. Let's go around the course and check in with the turn announcers. Michael Young, how about you?
Well, the wind was a lot worse when Jake Query checked in and spoke of the wind. It settled down ever so slightly, but I couldn't help but think about that first MotoGP race when a hurricane felt like it came through. I know that's a different discipline, but that was the only time I've been at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway where weather has been worse than what we could potentially be feeling right now. But the wind has kind of died down. Will a team come in and try to take those wet tires? We're nearing the halfway point as well. If the weather is as bad as they're saying, Nick Yeoman, it might be good strategy just to stay out there and see what happens.
Yeah, the question, of course, is can those guys that are still out there make it on fuel? A couple of them are awful close, but you're right. The conditions are bad, seem to be getting worse. Just in the last 60 seconds here on the roof of the Pagoda, I've started to feel just a couple raindrops here or there. There is no doubt. When I look to my left over the front straightaway, it is dark skies looming, and that's headed this way to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And, Jake, I know from the stand over there in turn 2, I don't know if you can feel the rain yet. It's starting to come down here, but I know you felt the wind, brother, just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that wind now is not near what it was. I had never felt anything like that. It is still strong, but it has subsided a bit. But now what we have is, in fact, a little bit of moisture. Now, if they come through here at speed and that wind picks up like we previously had, that could be a challenge for these cars as they work their way back onto the oval if that wind is pushing them up on the track just a little bit. But the moisture is definitely coming. And as I look down at the field behind the pace car, what I see, of course, is virtually everybody on those softer compound red Firestone tires. And so as this moisture starts to present itself, we'll see if it accumulates on the racetrack. But that's the situation here in the southeast end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Update on pit road from Ryan Marine.
From the north end of the pits, and that's where it looks like this weather system is coming from. I was going to have a quick word with Taylor Kyle, who is the race strategist for Pato Award, but he just waved me off because of the raindrops that started. His crew just drunk to attention, laying out the rain tires, getting them ready in case they are needed. And guys, it sounds like there might be a couple takers.
Update from pit road being brought to you by Speedway, the official fuel and convenience store of IndyCar. And Davey, there are indeed a couple of takers coming to pit road.
Yeah, and I don't know. We'll see if they put reins on or if they're going to put the slicks on. Right now, can't really see. We see Rossi pulling into his pit. Can't see what tires are going on right now. But rain's coming. I take that gamble. Now, Rossi was running towards the front, so that's a really big gamble.
I think those are the rain tires he's putting on, and you can look right in front of us and see the car of Alex Palou. Those are the rain tires going on his car. Yep.
Yeah, and Palou already pitted. I was surprised they didn't put rain tires last time he was in here, but at least they have them on this time.
Ryan Marine, you can confirm what we speculated.
Yep, indeed. It is wet weather tires for Alexander Rossi, giving up a lot of track position to come in at this stage, but that's a roll of the strategy dice that might just reignite his season. It's been not the start to the year he was hoping for. They're going to go ahead and roll those dice now and hope that this rain comes just in time for a restart, and then they will be sitting pretty.
And fans, Davey, are starting to scurry for cover, and we are getting a look at the radar, and we can see what's coming. Rob Blackman.
Yeah, Connor Daly's thinking the same thing. Right now he's setting P15. The rain tires are not over the wall, but they are setting on the wall, and it looks as if, well, now he is going to come in, it looks like. So Connor Daly is going to pit, and they will make the switch over to the rain tires.
Davey, you made that call a couple of laps.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been already done. I mean, I would have been the first car in to get those reins while it's yellow. And if you're like I say, what do you have to lose when you're in the back? You're not going to win this race unless you do a big gamble like that, knowing it's coming. And if it doesn't come, you're in the back anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
You're not really losing anything.
So Erickson, Kirkwood, Herta, Rosenquist, Award the top 5. Harvey, Sato, McLaughlin, Grosjean, and Will Power the top 10. Lap 41 complete. This time by as the green flag flies. And again, Erickson last pitted on lap 18. Kyle Kirkwood last pitted on lap 23 as there was a drag race into turn number 1 between Pato Award and his teammate Felix Rosenquist.
They'll go side by side. Pato Award will dive bomb into turn number 1. Makes contact with Colton Herta. Pato Award will go round. He will hold up half the field as his car comes to a rest. So too his teammate Felix Rosenquist. Further up in the field, that looks like the machine at Takuma Sato around. Meanwhile, up front, oh my goodness, Nick Yoba, we've got 4 wide coming at you, coming out of turn 6.
It's not going to matter, though, Michael. They're all checking up, trying not to run each other over because looks like we're going to get a full course yellow. Mark Carnage there in the first couple corners.
And Takuma Sato among those off course, and it looks like Felix Rosenquist has stopped right at the exit to turn number 1. Caution on the course, 41 laps complete of the GMR Grand Prix.
Miss a broadcast? Listen on Spotify or at IndyCarRadio.com.
Something happened when we can't be our true selves. You can hear it in our laughs. There's the half-hearted chuckle. The courtesy conference caller.
Yeah, great.
And of course, the I'm only laughing because I'm dating your daughter.
Oh, that's so true.
If you want to laugh for real, try having some Miller Lite with some friends. It works. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer.
Nice Chevy Trailblazer, Ben.
Thanks. It was love at first sight.
But didn't you say you loved all the room in the Chevy Traverse?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't you say you loved the style of the Chevy Blazer?
No doubt.
And all that technology in the Chevy Equinox?
Definitely.
But the Trailblazer was love at first sight?
Well, I didn't say it was the only one I loved at first sight.
The hardest part of driving home in a new Chevy SUV is choosing which one. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Scott McLaughlin. From the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is the IndyCar Radio Network.
If your refrigerator, your washer, your dryer, or any other major appliance in your home breaks right now, do you have an extra $1,000 laying around to fix it or buy a new one? And hey, that's on the low end. Wouldn't you rather spend $1 a day and make sure all the major appliances in your home are guaranteed to be fixed or replaced? Then call the Home Service Club right now for a free quote and a free month. Trust us, any major appliance in your home is guaranteed to be fixed or replaced. You could spend $1 a day and have the peace of mind and the coverage for all your major appliances. Or you could be prepared to shell out thousands of dollars or more without protection. So call right now and get a free quote and a free month. Call right now.
800-413-2816. 800-413-2816. 800-413-2816. That's 800-413-2816.
Scott Dixon, even though he's among the front runners, Davey, is in 22nd place, a lap down. He was racing pretty hard with Colton Herta.
Yeah, had a chance to get a lap back, and being in front of Colton Herta, we all thought, oh, he got his lap back, but that's not the leader of the race. The leader of the race is Erickson, then Kirkwood, then Herta.
Let's go to pit road and Ryan Marine.
Brian Barnhart is the race strategist for Alexander Rossi, and you're looking like Nostradamus right now. You guys came in for the wet weather tires before the rain really started. Is this kind of the outcome you were anticipating?
Well, obviously, yeah. We didn't come in and put wets on thinking it was going to stay dry. So, yeah, that was a great call that Alex talked about as a good option, and then we discussed it on the stand and kind of made a joint call with it based on what Alex thought would be a good idea.
How difficult will it be for him in this traffic situation and mixed conditions? It's kind of wet, kind of dry. Some guys are on dry tires, some are on wet. How big of a job does he have in front of him?
He's got his hands full for sure, but he does a great job. So we expect nothing less. He'll bring it home in a good place.
Good luck, Brian.
Thanks.
Rob Blackman.
Johnson and David Malukas, the latest to put on the rain tires. It is raining very steadily down here on the track, gentlemen, but you would think everyone moving to rain tires, but that is not the case. As a matter of fact, just a moment ago, Colton Herta's pit crew laid out the rain tires and then pulled them back over the wall and chose not to put them on. So, again, it's raining steadily, but that doesn't mean everyone is making the switch.
John Dissauer, former Indianapolis meteorologist, and now sending me messages via Twitter. We appreciate it, John. John is at KOKN TV, and he says that, there's a band headed this way, Davey, according to his radar. He said he doesn't see any lightning associated with it, but light to moderate rain.
Yeah, and right now what I see on the track, crazy enough, the front straightaway is wet. I mean, we can see that it definitely has some coverage on it. A little bit of the back straightaway, more of the back, one side of the track, but you could look down the north side, not wet down there whatsoever. So it's pretty interesting. That's why a lot of these drivers are keeping the dries on, just don't know what to do.
We've had 5 cautions for 16 laps. This most recent caution involving Pato Award and Felix Rosenquist. And Davey, you've looked at the replay a couple of times.
Yeah, when Pato just a little bit too aggressive right there. I mean, not his fault. I mean, he tried to get underneath Colton Herta. Obviously, that's like 4th position, but it was just a little bit too wet. It just drove in a little too hard. Almost got into Colton, spun around, and boy, his teammate Rosenquist, wrong place at the wrong time, had nowhere to go.
And Felix Rosenquist, Ryan, it looked like they took the front nose wing assembly off that car. That's what allowed him to nurse it back around to pit road.
Yeah, and he made it around, and from what I could tell, I think he's still on the lead lap, and he just came in for a set of wet weather tires. So, yeah, he lost all the track position, but now he's one of the few that's out there on the track with the reins on. So keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, his teammate, Pato Award, they had a fresh nose, as well as the rain tires sitting on the wall, but just pulled them back off. So split strategies on this end of the pits, at least for these two Aero McLaren SP cars.
Let's go to Rob Blackman.
And the exact same thing just happened here with Simon Pagenaud. They had the wet weather tires setting on top of the wall, and again, they decided to pull them back. So a lot of second guessing going on down here on pit road.
Kyle Kirkwood finally came to pit road, Davey. He put the wets on.
Yeah, he put the wets on, too, and his back, same situation. Things just weren't going good for him today. He's been off course a few times in the back, nothing to lose whatsoever.
Joseph Newgarden, 15 laps down, comes to pit road to the attention of his crew, and it looks as though Joseph Newgarden, they're just simply topping off fuel and getting him back underway, and an incident early on took him out of contention. We see Takuma Sato. He is now headed back out onto the track. He has the wets on. So, as we mentioned, 44 laps complete. Erickson, Herta, McLaughlin, Harvey, Grosjean, the top 5. Power, Pagenaud, Castroneves, Eilert, and Award, the top 10. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is IndyCar Radio. First 13 cars still on the reds, Dave. You got to go back to Alexander Rossi in 14th to find anyone on the weather tires.
It's that risk that you just have to take. You see everybody that's on the wet. They were not going to win this race. They really didn't have a chance at all, other than Rosenquist, who went on those, but because he got an accident, so he got so far back. But we'll just have to wait and see. I think it's a great call. Whether it rains or not, they have nothing to lose at this point.
So Ericsson, Herta, McLaughlin, we'll see. And again, Ericsson last pitted on lap number 18. Herta had the next pit window at lap 32. Everyone else around 32 or 34. So we will see how this strategy unfolds as they make their way through the south end, and they come to 13 and 14, and that's really where they will start to climb on it. And Scott Dixon, currently running in the 22nd position, is going to do all he can to get his lap back from his teammate. Looks like they might go 3 wide into turn number 1.
Marcus Ericsson in the lead, but he has to pit. To the outside is Colton Herta. Dixon just got his lap back. Marcus Ericsson still the leader. Further back, Romain Grosjean and Jack Harvey nearly made contact. Boy, Colton Herta all over the rear wing of Marcus Ericsson. Remember, Ericsson needs to pit. Colton Herta nearly tags him again. Marcus Ericsson now in that second position as Colton Herta gets by. Next to get him is the machine of Scott McLaughlin.
Herta takes over the race lead. McLaughlin's going to sweep to the outside. He'll go wheel to wheel with Marcus Ericsson. He'll take over that second spot. Boy, McLaughlin's going to look to the inside of Herta. Has to get hard on the brakes. Everybody's swinging wide through turn 7, but it is Colton Herta, your race leader, into turn number 10.
So Colton Herta now trying to get himself distance away from Scott McLaughlin, but he has that machine of Scott Dixon in front of him. Jack Harvey running just behind McLaughlin as they work their way now into turn number 12. Question is going to become, is there enough room for everybody to go too wide to avoid any moisture on the racetrack? Answer is yes. Leader already working his way through turn number 14.
You can tell Ericsson's suffering from a lack of grip of those tires, Dave.
Yeah, he's just out of tires at this point, Mark. So just trying to hang on at this point and wait to see what happens whenever he has to pit, which is going to be momentarily. He has 32. Actually, yeah, he's going to have to pit probably here in the next, 5-10 laps.
Simon Pagno going to the inside of him in turn 1. Michael Young.
That's a battle for that 5th position. Again, Marcus Ericsson's machine ailing as he needs to come in and make a pit stop. So a nice pass there for that 5th position. But back up front, it's Colton Herta. Now remember, Scott Dixon has got his lap back, but Colton Herta has a rocket ship, Nick Hillman.
Herta's advantage over the second place running car of Scott McLaughlin is about 7 car lengths. Then it's another 7 or 8 back to Jack Harvey, who's 3rd. Grosjean charging, who's in 4th. And then Pagno in 5th. Boy, they're going 3 wide around Marcus Ericsson into turn number 7. A lot of late lockups, but everybody gets through. The leader already exiting turn 10.
And that leader, again, is Colton Herta. He has in front of him Scott Dixon, but keep in mind, Dixon is not right now leading Colton Herta. He had just gotten his lap back, so they work their way now into turn number 13. Dixon, Herta right behind him. Herta's going to try to eventually work his way around that PNC Bank machine. It may happen within another lap.
Marcus Ericsson restarted in the lead. He last stopped on lap number 18, and he has tumbled all the way to 10th. Is Colton Herta going to try to put Scott Dixon a lap down again?
He's going to make that attempt. Takes a dive to the inside and said, hey, Scott Dixon, you were racing me before. I'm going to try to put you back a lap down. They're side by side. Through the exit of turn number 2, Scott Dixon will go a lap down again as Colton Herta continues his charge. He will exit turn number 4. Now through the switchback of 5 and 6, the fans on their feet.
Pretty fascinating. You've got 2 large groups of cars on this racetrack. Down Holman Boulevard right now is all the leaders on the dry weather tires. All the drivers with wet weather tires, they're creeping around here still on the front straightaway. The leader, though, is Colton Herta, pulling away from Scott Dixon, who's a lap down right behind him.
And a pretty good battle behind Scott Dixon. Again, Dixon now technically the lap car is that of Scott McLaughlin. Tip of the cap to Jack Harvey, who has been very good in his career on this track. He is trying to reel in now Scott McLaughlin. McLaughlin running 3rd, and Jack Harvey is trying to come in on that Snap-on Tools machine, but right now not able to do so. About a 2-car length advantage right now for Scott McLaughlin.
Davey, Tatiana Calderon is running in the 13th position, and she is turning a lap at 1:15.531. Rossi on the weather tires at 1:26.864.
Yeah, how about that? Wow, that tells you a little bit of everything right there. Now, how long? That's a really good run for her. She's having a good day. She's going to be excited about this, knowing that she has, she can be competitive.
So Colton Herta is now your leader, 49 laps complete next time by. Scott McLaughlin currently runs 2nd. Harvey, Grosjean, and Pagano the top 5. Power's 6th, Award 7th, Calamilot is 8th, Elio Castro-Neves up to 9th, and Connor Daly has rebounded to 10th, Davey.
Yeah, how about that for Connor? He's fighting it out there. You know, a lot of free gifts with the people that pitted with the rains. Right now, the rain has not came, so they're not advantaged at this point unless, and matter of fact, they go about 10 laps in this drive. Their rain tires are going to be done anyway, so they needed to rain, but it was a gamble that they had to take.
Look at some of these cars on those weather tires, Davey. They are hugging that inside retaining wall with that water in.
They're just trying to find any place on this racetrack that has just any kind of moisture at all to keep those rain tires cooled off, as we see. One of the cars that went to the rain tires right now, Pelot, going back to those reds.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of other drivers. We saw Graham Rahal come to pit road a moment ago, so that gamble, at least for now, not paying off. Meanwhile, question for you, Michael Young. Scott McLaughlin, has he been able to put any pressure at all on Scott Dixon?
Not really. The pressure's really coming from Jack Harvey, who's putting pressure on Scott McLaughlin, because right behind him, it's Romain Grosjean. So Scott McLaughlin about 2 car lengths behind the lap machine of Scott Dixon, and then Jack Harvey is certainly digging, trying to close in and take over that second position. Romain Grosjean in P4.
It's about to get fascinating, too, because the leaders here in about a lap, maybe a half a lap, with how slow the pace is at the rear of the field, they are going to catch lap traffic. Colton Herta into turn number 7. Jake, I called it a half a lap. They're so much faster, they're going to be on them here in just a couple turns.
Well, you're not kidding. I mean, some of those, Joseph Newgarden, Alexander Rossi, Jimmy Johnson, absolutely just limping their way around right now. Colton Herta now has about a 12 car length advantage over the back marker of Scott Dixon, odd as that sounds. Then it is Scott McLaughlin. Oh, Romain Grosjean all of a sudden trying to make a move. Not able to get around Jack Harvey, but he is starting to make things very, very interesting through turn 13.
And Ryan Marine, you're on pit road, and it appears as though some teams might be bailing on that strategy.
Yeah, the rain has slackened. That is not what Alexander Rossi and Brian Barnhart were hoping for. Here comes Alexander Rossi, Napa, and AutoNation, the sponsorship. Off come those wet tires that simply were not working. Onto a set of sticker reds. It's a hang-up on the right front. Slow pit stop to compound the issues. Alexander Rossi down and away, Rob.
Waiting for Marcus Ericsson. He's about to come to pit lane, and here he comes right now, as a matter of fact. For the same for Marcus Ericsson. Sticker reds for Marcus Ericsson. Fuel as well for Marcus Ericsson, but he too makes the switch to the sticker reds in the Husky Chocolate number 8 Honda, down and away. 8.6 seconds for Marcus Ericsson.
And Michael Young, you can turn 7, Nick Yeoman.
Romain Grosjean has overcooked it into the 7th corner. He didn't run into anyone, but he spun the car, did a 360 into the grass. He's going to lose 5, 6, 7 positions as he tumbles through the order. Now wiggles that car back onto the racetrack, but Grosjean had a spin through the grass.
And Davey, Romain Grosjean, and especially after the comments after Barber from Graham Rahal, people are going to be scratching their head whether he was innocent in that or not.
Yeah, he was innocent in that, honestly, but he should just know you can't go on the outside of that corner side by side. You're going to come out the loser. And Harvey, he pushed him out, and you have to expect that when you're outside. Be prepared. He got pushed off the grass. Obviously, this grass is wet, so it wasn't his fault. But, man, you just can't make risky moves like that running that far towards the front.
And going side by side into turn number 1, that's Will Power and Jack Harvey. More contact for Jack Harvey.
Yeah, Jack Harvey bumped with Will Power. That will allow Will Power to fall back into the clutches of Pato Award. So Pato Award will get around Will Power, but a nice pass by Jack Harvey as he makes his way through the switchback behind Simon Pagenaud.
Up front, things looking great for Colton Herta. It's about a 25 car length advantage over second place running Scott McLaughlin. And then that's where all the action is. Pagenaud runs in 3rd. Harvey closes up to within a couple car lengths in 4th. And you've got a host of about 5 or 6 cars, Jake, streaking their way through the S's.
Nick, I recall last year during the end of the Indianapolis 500 with Simon Pagenaud when you said, where in the world did he come from? Same thing applies here. He has a distance over Jack Harvey right now, but a really solid run for the Frenchman, Simon Pagenaud. Mark, he knows success at this racetrack. Simon Pagenaud with a late charge.
Calamilot fell out of contention back in the early portions of this race, and it looks as though he's trying to crawl back into contention. Comfortable advantage for Colton Herta. Same for Scott Dixon, although he is a lap down. Then McLaughlin, and then it's the car of Simon Pagano. It's behind Jack Harvey where things start to get interesting, Michael Young.
Yeah, Padua Ward will make the move around Jack Harvey, get that position back, and he will actually be able to gap Jack Harvey by about 2 car lengths. So Harvey gets around Power, so to Padua Ward. This time, Padua Ward able to get around Jack Harvey, so we'll move that Jack Harvey machine back in position. Padua Ward on the charge again, Nick.
Yeah, we saw in the first 20-30 laps just how fast that Arrow McLaren car, that Chevrolet for Padua Ward is. He's had to rebound from that spin, but after clearing Jack Harvey, he'll set the sights on Simon Pagano. They'll streak through turn number 8, about a 5 car length advantage, just a little breathing room for Pagano into turn 10.
Under the overcast skies, it is easy to spot Padua Ward for a pair of reasons. Number one, that fluorescent orange, of course, papaya orange of the Arrow McLaren machine. Number two, because he's found some good speed here, but still about 5 car lengths to make up on Simon Pagano.
53 laps complete this time by full field rundown for you. Colton Herter, your leader, by 3.7 seconds over Scott McLaughlin, then Simon Pagano, Padua Ward, and Jack Harvey, the top 5. Power 6, Callum Ilott 7th, Elio Castro Neves is 8th, Juan Montoya 9th, Connor Daly is 10th. 11th, Roman Grosjean. 12th, Tatiana Calderon. And 13th, Marcus Ericsson. Scott Dixon, 14th, a lap down. Also a lap down, Graham Rahal, 15th. 16th, Rossi. 17th, Malukas. 18th, Lundgaard. 19th, Sato. 20th, Johnson. 21st, Felix Rosenquist. 22nd, Kyle Kirkwood. 2 laps down, 23rd, Alex Palou. 24th, Ritas VK. 3 laps down in 25th, Devlin DeFrancisco. 16 laps down in 26th, Joseph Newgarden, in 27th place, and out of the race, Dalton Kellett at the GMR Grand Prix.
Hey Siri, play IndyCar Radio on TuneIn.
There are many ways to say Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. You could say it with your show choir buddies at your high school reunion.
Miller Lite is more taste and 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Only 1 more calorie.
However you say it, it's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer per 12 fluid ounces. Miller Lite, 96 calories, 3.2 carbs. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Taste test performed by Institute for Perception, February 2018.
Hey, car lovers. At Advance Auto Parts, we have what you need to keep your car running all season long. So if you enjoy getting ahead of the curve when it comes to taking care of your ride, Advance Auto Parts has everything to keep your ride on track to reach the victory lap. Because you can trust the team at Advance Auto Parts to assist you in finding what you need at the right price. Stop by Advance Auto Parts, where you're always number 1.
This is how we advance.
This is the NTT IndyCar driver Pato Award. From the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is the IndyCar Radio Network.
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime. And take a trip in a real Indy car at your favorite track.
That was incredible.
This is Davey Hamilton. Come ride with me at the next NTT IndyCar event and see what it's like to be a real IndyCar driver. It's the fastest seat in sports, and you should be in it.
That was amazing.
Sessions are selling out fast. Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
Man, that was awesome.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. Did you know if you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year? 12 times. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be sun smart. When you're outdoors, protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more at outrunthesun.org.
Graham Rahal getting together, Davey Hamilton.
Yeah, the rain is falling. I mean, in certain areas of this racetrack, it's starting to come down. And if you get these slicks wet, and then Graham just couldn't get slowed down, runs in the back of Kirkwood, spins him around, continues on, no yellow flag, but it's getting wet enough again. I don't see a rooster tail yet going down this front straightaway, but, you know, if it continues on, we're going to see pit stops momentarily.
And it's fascinating, Davey. Again, you look through the field through 13th place Marcus Ericsson. Those were pretty much the drivers that, you know, decided to gamble, stay on the red. Some of them that went a lap down with the drivers that went to those rain tires, maybe went to them a little early.
Yeah, we went to, but like I said, the majority. Rossi's the only one that had anything to lose. Honestly, he was running up in that 5th, 6th, 7th position. The rest of the drivers, if they were lapped down or they were way in the back of the field, so they had nothing to lose. So they had to do it. It didn't work out their way. The rain didn't come when they wanted it to. But boy, it's missing up right now. These leaders, everybody needs to be careful right now.
Michael Young.
Scott Dixon nearly lost control. He is a lap down. That will allow Scott McLaughlin to get around. But boy, Pottawa Ward was trying to get around McLaughlin. So now Scott Dixon beginning that struggle. This again is the battle for that second position. We got McLaughlin off of turn number 5 and 6. Then it's Pottawa Ward and Simon Pagenaud.
Yep, it's a 3-car battle for that second spot down Holman Boulevard. McLaughlin's lead is about 4 car lengths, but Pottawa Ward continues to charge. Latest breaker, maybe that car in 4th. That's Simon Pagenaud. Meanwhile, there's a car right in the middle of the racetrack. I think that might be Jimmy Johnson as those leaders try to navigate. Johnson throws it in reverse to back out of the way to not get hit by those cars. But, Jake, that was awful hairy in turn 10.
It was, and it's going to bring out a full course caution with Scott McLaughlin just ahead of Pottawa Ward and Simon Pagenaud to put a bow tie on that trio we were talking about.
We'll see if pit road gets busy. 57 laps complete. Next time by of the 85 scheduled, Herta, McLaughlin, Award, Pagenaud, and Harvey the top 5. Ilott, Power, Castro Neves, Montoya, and Grosjean the top 10 of the GMR Grand Prix.
Again this year, 2 Indiana dairy farmers will continue one of the sports world's most beloved traditions, the Indy 500 Victory Circle Bottle of Milk.
Louis Meyer, Indy's first 3-time winner, launched the tradition in the 1930s when he asked for a glass of buttermilk to quench his thirst. 9 decades and gallons of ice-cold milk later, the iconic celebration endures.
So grab your own glass and share the same great taste that's savored by Indy 500 champions in May. And every day, winners drink milk.
Something happened when we can't be our true selves. You can hear it in our laughs. There's the half-hearted chuckle. The courtesy conference caller.
Yeah, great.
And of course, the I'm only laughing because I'm dating your daughter.
Oh, that's so true.
If you want to laugh for real, try having some Miller Lite with some friends. It works. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer.
NTT contributes to a sustainable society through the power of innovation. With our global industry expertise, we help organizations accelerate growth and improve customer experience through a range of consulting, technology, and digital transformation services. As an official partner of the NTT IndyCar Series, we shape the future of IndyCar by creating digital-first experiences that bring fans closer to the action. Download the IndyCar mobile app and discover how our smart solutions drive the sport forward. Visit global.NTT/NTT IndyCar.
This is NTT IndyCar driver Alexander Rossi from the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the IndyCar Radio Network.
This May, it's the tune that's calling us to come back together again, to come back to the spectacle, to come
back home again in Indiana.
The Indianapolis 500, Sunday, May 29th. Visit IMS.com for more information.
Wherever you are, we're right there with you. Download the IndyCar app powered by NTT for live streaming of every on-track session of the IndyCar Series and the Indy Lights. And in between race weekends, purchase your copy of classic Indy 500 race broadcasts. Go to IMS.com and click on the History tab for nearly 70 years of historical race broadcasts from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
DJ's hand in the air.
At home, at work, or at the park, the IndyCar Series is only a click away on your phone or tablet.
Today's race is brought to you by Coors Light, the official beer of the NTT IndyCar Series. Borg Warner, official turbochargers of the NTT IndyCar Series. Racing Optics, the official aero screen and helmet tear-off of the NTT IndyCar Series. The American Dairy Association. Winners drink milk. Safety Clean, official environmental service partner of the NTT IndyCar Series. And by Speedway, official fuel and convenience store of IndyCar.
What a way to start the month of May, Davey Hamilton.
Craziness, isn't it? I mean, it's been dry, wet, but so far this has really been a dry race. They only had rain tires on for a few laps, and that's the Colton Hurd was able to really make a big difference. And they don't know what to do. I see Brian Hurd, his dad, right now trying to decide, do we put wets on, do we put dries on? It was pouring rain just a second ago, Mark, but it looks like it stopped on pit lane now, so big gamble what to put on.
Well, we can look up and down pit road, though, Davey, just right outside of our window here on the front straightaway, and there are some teams that looks like they're going to gamble and come to pit road, and it looks like all of the leaders are among them, Davey.
Yeah, all the leaders are going to come in and take the chance. Scott Dixon's going to stay out just to try to get his lap back, and he will actually get his lap back at this point, but he's going to have to pit and go towards the back.
Rob Blackman on pit road. Rob?
Jack Harvey will be, well, again, talk about a quick change of thought. Just a moment ago, literally seconds ago, the rain tires were out for Jack Harvey's pit stop, but now they've decided to make the switch to red tires. So a last-second decision, Jack Harvey stays with red tires. He is down and away out of the pits, currently running P5.
Same story on my end. Rob Pato Awards team electing to go with the reds instead. Last second. Same for Scott McLaughlin. Both of them are running in the top 5. Award struggling to get out of his pit stall, spinning those tires on the wet concrete. He does rejoin, though.
Michael Young, give us a roll call as they come off of pit roads. Who's going to come off your leader?
Well, it's going to take a second for them to get there, and now begins the drag race to turn number 1, and your winner will be Scott McLaughlin. He beat out Colton Hurd by 2 car lengths. Pato Award, then Simon Pagino. Jack Harvey will be in that 5th position. Willpower 6th, Callum Ilott 7th, Ramon Grosjean 8th, Connor Daly 9th, and Elio Castro Neves, of all people, guys, will come out in that 10th position. But what a poor stop for the rest of this field as we see some of the back markers come in. Man, what a change in this event here with just a couple of minutes to go. Well, we got a little bit of time left, Mark, but man alive, have we seen a race today.
How about Scott McLaughlin tiptoeing off of pit road?
Yeah, man, he almost, as you've seen, the pit lane, it rained here pretty hard, Mark, and it definitely wet, but as they get towards the back, it's, you know, pretty dry, but he really got sideways. He could have taken out him and Colton. Both, they were almost side by side.
Well, let's go back to pit road. Ryan Marine.
My goodness, that switch last second to go from wets to dries on that pit stop for so many, if not all that came in. That was because it had stopped raining. It had for a few minutes, and just like that, within the last 20 seconds, raindrops and big ones are coming down, at least here in the North Pits.
Up and down day for Kyle Kirkwood. Rob Blackman, is it down now?
It is down and out. He is being rolled back to the garage area. Unfortunately, I didn't get the update on what exactly the problem is, but yes, Kyle Kirkwood's day is done.
Ton of cars getting a wave around, Davey.
Yeah, they are getting a wave around. I was almost going to see if Colton and McLaughlin, if they were going to pit again, just to come in while they could, while they got the wave around of all the lap cars. Scott Dixon making his lap up, plus a lot of other drivers. So I thought, well, it may be interesting. I think that those leaders might come and get rain tires on. And now, if I'm the guy cycling back through, I'm going to come in and get those rain tires. It's wet out there right now.
Let's go around the course, get an update on the conditions, starting with Michael Young.
Well, it's starting to rain a little bit heavier than it has at any moment of this event. Field now making their way into turn number 1. Again, McLaughlin, your leader, and then Colton Hurd. The drops were just kind of spitting, but now it's kind of drizzling here at turn number 1. Renus VK, that car comes to a rest down in the exit of turn number 3, actually in the entrance of turn number 3. So VK has spun around again about 20 yards before the place that he spun earlier in this race with contact. But Nick Yeoman, we have seen a little bit of everything. Sunshine, it was really humid. Now it's basically spitting rain from the west. What's it doing on top of the pagoda?
I mean, it's bizarre. It changes every couple of minutes. The wind has picked up. You can start to hear a steady rainfall coming down. I mean, this race win is sitting there on the silver platter for somebody, but I'm not sure anyone knows what the correct strategy should be. It's going to be Scott McLaughlin up front, but again, it is a steady rainfall. And the craziest thing, Jake, is I look to your position there in oval turn 2. I see pretty light skies to your back. It's wild here at Indianapolis.
Yeah, those light skies are over downtown, which is still some 3.5 miles behind me. What I see just before me is, in fact, still some moisture. In fact, it's coming down right now, and it seems as though the outer line in the exit of turn number 10, it is absolutely moisture. Now, as they come through, they're not at speed, so I can't see any rooster tails just yet, but I don't think that it would be an exaggeration to say that's a possibility when they get back under speed. The other issue, Mark, is simply the wind. It is intermittent, but when it does kick up here, it does so with a furious guster, and that has had a couple of times where we have seen that, and that could be a challenge, I would think, as they drive through this area.
Pit road, Ryan Marine.
Alexander Rossi and Brian Barnhart, they're trying it again. It didn't work the first time, but now they do come down pit lane, take the reds off, and go to wets. They topped him off with Speedway Racing fuel as well. We'll see if it works better the second time than it did the first when the rain just did not come. And it seems like it is coming down harder than it was that first time around.
Rob Blackman.
Connor Daly, the same can be said for Connor Daly. The reds are about to come off. And let's go to turn 2.
Sorry, Rob, that Colton Herta came in as well. Colton Herta comes onto pit road. So, Davey, everybody decided to go back to their original plan and go to those weather tires.
Yeah, and quite a few cars stayed out. That's pretty surprising that all the leaders, McLaughlin stayed out, Award stayed out, Ilott, Grosjean. Herta was the first one to pit. I expect to see her to just fly by those guys in front. That track is really wet right now.
Car very slow exiting turn number 2. Is that the 48, Michael Young?
Indeed, it's Jimmy Johnson. He spun out as he left pit lane. Now we see Colton Herta come out. Also Simon Pagenaud, Will Power. They all made stops again. So too Jack Harvey. There's the machine of Connor Daly, Elio Castro-Neves, then Juan Pablo Montoya and Marcus Ericsson. These drivers that have been running in the back all day, Tatiana Calderon, they may still be in this thing by the time it's over.
Interesting to note, Davey Hamilton, McLaughlin, Award, Ilott, and Grosjean, the top 4. They appear to still be on the reds.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they didn't come in and pit. I'm going to have a feeling they're going to do it this time. It's going to cycle this thing around where Herta is going to be the one. They're doing a masterful job of the pits. They went ahead, came in, put those rain tires on. That, they need to go thank VK for spinning out right there, because if that yellow didn't come out or he didn't spin out, that it would have been going green, and they would put him at a huge disadvantage. So timing was perfect for that team.
So 62 laps complete this time by. And again, it's McLaughlin, Award, Ilott, and Grosjean. And those cars, again, they're on the reds. Herta is currently running 5th. The rest of these drivers are on the weather tires. That's Herta, Pagenaud, Power, Harvey, Daly, Castro-Neves through 10th. 11th Montoya, 12th Ericsson, 13th Calderon, 14th Dixon, 15th Rossi, 16th Malukas, 17th Rosenquist, 18th Sato, 19th Rahal, 20th Christian Lundgaard, a lap down in 21st Alex Palou, 22nd Jimmy Johnson, 2 laps down in 23rd Di Francesco, 24th Rinus VeeKay, out of the race Kyle Kirkwood 25th. Joseph Newgarden has now leapfrogged over Dalton Kellett. He's 15 laps down, Davey, but he can pick up a couple of more positions, at least one more, if he's able to get over Kyle Kirkwood. He's got to do it at about, 10 laps?
10 laps, yeah. He has got 10 laps so to be able to do that, but what a payoff for him to do that. I mean, you just never give up. That's what championships are all about.
Yeah, and again, points up for grabs in qualifying, points up for grabs for the 500. So he can get right back.
Oh, he can get right back. You know, the points have been so mixed up. We haven't talked about it a lot, Mark, but right now, the number 3 car, McLaughlin. Oh, Colton Herta. Oh, no, who is that off? No, not Colton. I think that is Grosjean. Looks like he may have went off. It's crazy out there, right? And by the points right now has McLaughlin back in the points lead. And then second place, Will Power. Third place is Pato Award. The big loser on this, leading this going in, was Palou.
Right.
And Palou has now dropped down to that 4th position.
Yeah, he would be 39 points back. And one of the reasons why we haven't talked much about the points is because every time we'd start to discuss it would change.
Yeah, and it would rain and not rain. It would change. It's been all over the map, but pretty interesting. Right?
Well, this gives you an idea just how difficult the job is of being a race strategist and the relationship and the trust you have to have between that strategist and the driver.
Well, and that's exactly right. One thing about this race, I don't know if it's strategy or just pure luck or just kind of throwing it all up the air, because strategy is like with the same condition of the track, when we're going to pit, how to overtake, undertake, and right now with this, it's just a crapshoot.
This is the craziest race I've seen.
Oh, without a doubt.
Far.
I haven't seen anything like this I don't even know what to say. I mean, we're so lost up here on what's going to happen, but I do think so far Colton Herta showing him in that 3rd position in the catbird seat, because where we stand, it's soaking wet out there.
Rinus VeeKay comes to pit road, and VeeKay 2 laps down. An update from Michael Young in turn 1.
Quickly, Davey Hamilton and saw Romain Grosjean go off, but Colton Herta went off as well at the exit of turn number 2. He drove in the grass, then brought that car back on. Grosjean then followed suit and got off track. This is going to be a very interesting restart, as, guys, it has stopped raining here in turn number 1.
Wow, that's interesting, Davey, that it has stopped raining. And again, as we mentioned, you go, let's see, 1st and 2nd place running Pato Award are on reds, Davey. Romain Grosjean is running 6th. He's on the reds. And check that, Grosjean is being shown in third. So the top three still on reds.
Still on reds. Now, this front straightaway, they're not going to have a good time whatsoever down the front straightaway. Now, the back part of the track seems to be a little bit drier and stopped raining. So I don't know if they can get this front straightaway dry, but we'll just have, and we got to remember it's a timed race too, Mark. So we got to keep an eye on that.
So here we go. Looks like the clock has started now, Davey, and we are essentially down to 20 minutes left in this race. So 20 minutes left to complete this GMR Grand Prix.
Yeah, so we're not going to get the full amount of laps, so there may not be any more pit stops. I mean, 20 minutes is going to be interesting to see if they can make it on fuel, but it's just a gamble on tires. Are those few cars on the red slick tires going to make it work, or is it going to be the rain tires that win this thing?
Yeah, and there's 22 laps to go, and given the lap times and the fact that we expect there might be another caution or two, that's kind of why we could see 19 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, that's right. So, man, it's like right now, as a driver, I think I want those rain tires. Matter of fact, I'm sure I do, but it depends on when it goes back to green flag racing. And if it goes back and this track actually dries off and you wear those the rain tires out, maybe the slicks are better. But where we are, Mark, down this front straightaway, it's really, really wet down this front straightaway.
And as it stands right now, we are going back to a full course yellow condition.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly why that is. I thought it was going to be green. Now, that helps the guys on slicks for sure. But like I say, all it takes is just a little more rain on this track, and they're going to be in big trouble.
Colton Herta has led 41 laps today. Marcus Ericsson led 10 laps. Scott McLaughlin has led 4. Felix Rosenquist 4. And Pato Award has led 3. Improvement on the day. Simon Pagino is plus 15. How about Juan Montoya? Pit strategy has fallen his way and the timing of it. Montoya is plus 13. Pretty good run for Tatiana Calderon. She's plus 13. Scott McLaughlin is plus 10, and Colton Herta is plus 10. So we've had 6 cautions for a total of 29 laps. And Davey told you about the points and how jumbled they are. Scott McLaughlin, if this thing finishes the way it is right now, although that's in doubt because of the tire situation, McLaughlin would be in front by 29 points over his teammate Will Power. Pato Award would be third, some 37 points back. That indicates what kind of a crazy day it's been.
Yeah, and McLaughlin, he could either win this race or finish, 20th because of the tire situation and the weather situation. We just don't know if it's going to work out for him or not. But right now, if it was the end, he's looking like he's in good shape.
Hey, join us live, IndyCar app powered by NTT Data, racecontrol.indycar.com, along with timing and scoring. IndyCarRadio.com, the Mixler app, TuneIn Premium, Sirius XM 160, and all IndyCar races are on a radio station near you. Now, all those apps and those streaming services, we want you to join us next week. Preparations for the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We will be live, streaming, practice each and every day from the world's greatest race course. It'll be Jake Query, Nick Yeoman from 12 to 3. Jake Query and Michael Young from 12 to 3. Yours truly, Nick Yeoman from 3 to 6. Then, of course, Davey, qualifying, including a knockout qualifying format, as we've got a spin, Jake Query.
And the spin is none other than the leader, Scott McLaughlin. Now, we shall see what exactly that means because of the fact that it happened behind the pace car. As a matter of fact, he's able to get back up and is going to work his way to the front, but nobody made contact with him. That was the important thing. It was Scott McLaughlin that got loose. Now, I should mention, Mark, when they come through here off of turn number 10 onto what we know is the south end of the oval, it is straight up rooster tail sprays at this point. There is standing water, essentially, that they are going through, so that's going to be one of the things to negotiate once we get back to speed.
And Davey, a little disjointed trying to get this thing restarted.
I don't even know what to go. I mean, I'm glad, race control is a tough job no matter what, but I'm glad I'm not in race control today. Scott McLaughlin out in the front there just trying to test the grounds, really. So when the restart was to come, just to know kind of what he had, and just so wet, he slid up, kind of gassed a little bit, just lost it up in that wet area.
Boy, he's some guys running behind him are very, very fortunate. And among those, Pato Award, who cycles to the lead now, Davey.
Yeah, he cycles to the lead, and you're right. I mean, luckily he spun out of the way. The cars behind him, so they got by him clearly, no damage to them. Looks like he has to go towards the back. I don't know if he gets penalized a few spots, but he's obviously moved back behind his other teammate, Will Power. Power right now is running that 5th position, but I don't know if they penalized him for a spin and go on or what the situation is, but he's still going to the back.
Yeah, he continues to move back a little bit. He slipped behind Grosjean, I think maybe Daly, and we'll see once they clear the timing and scoring loop how far that he has to cycle back in. Talking about Scott McLaughlin, who was hoping that the tire strategy would work out for him. Again, the clock continues to roll. We are down to about 15 minutes remaining in this GMR Grand Prix here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to kick off the month of May.
I'm going to think right now that Pato Ward leading this race at this point under yellow on those red slicks would do anything in his power to, like, how can I not lose this spot and have rain tires on my car right now?
Right.
Doing all he can to keep heating those tires, try to dissipate the best he can, but try to get that track dry. He's hoping it dries out faster than it is. But I think that him and Jimmy Johnson, who is, by the way, laps down, are just going to get ate up when this green flag come out.
Well, Jimmy Johnson is 2 laps behind him. Johnson is on the rain tires. I should say he's 2 laps down as the pace car is in. And it looks like that we are ready to go back to racing. And as he tries to climb in the throttle, Pato Award, that thing is wiggling all over the place. Colton Herta comes off at turn number 14. He's going to make a strong run up the straightaway as rooster tails start to fly. Green flag flies, and the front 2 are nose to tail, but Colton Herta goes to the inside.
Yeah, Pato Award may be a sitting duck. Indeed, he is. Colton Herta on those wet tires will dive below Pato Award. Let's see if Pato can negotiate turn number 1. Indeed, he does. Simon Pagenaud in that 3rd position, but man, Pato Award is really wiggling. Nearly spun at the exit of turn number 2 as the field is all bunched up at the exit of turn number 3 now. But Colton Herta in the catbird seat. We have a collision at the exit of turn number 3. We have 3 cars off. Scott McLaughlin, one of those, as he sits at the middle of turn number 3. Still green, actually now under caution. Nick Yeoman, we couldn't even get it started.
It is Colton Herta, though, who gets to turn 7 first. Pato Award somehow, some way slipped and slide, and Mark Janes looks like he's, for now, going to hold on to that 2nd position.
Alexander Rossi, Scott Dixon also among those involved, Davey.
Yeah, it just once he turned around, everybody just kind of scattered and went all over the place, and rain seems to be coming down again, so this is definitely with 13 minutes left time to this race and the rain coming, that saves Colton Herta. He's not going to have a challenge whatsoever, other than if Simon Pagenaud or Will Power behind him just have a better car in the wet.
So let's hear from Colton Herta. We're going to add something, a new mix to the proceedings, if you will. Let's get a little in-car conversation between Colton Herta and Brian Herta.
Is it going to dry out? I don't think so. I think it's too wet, bud. I think we should come now. Okay, nice and easy, nice and easy. Careful here. 3, 2, 1, in. Okay, you're clear. All clear out. All clear. Fast lane. I think this is the right call. I really do. I know. I'm with you on this, bud. I really think this is right also.
It's great insight, Davey, between Colton Herta and Brian Herta discussing the tire strategy.
Yeah, not easy, but Brian's on top of it. He's called so many great races. As a racing driver, he knows what it's like to drive these cars in the wet, and I think he has a huge advantage being a strategist, knowing what it's like to be behind that wheel. And you know, without these rain tires in the wet, you're a sitting duck.
Few people may remember the role he played in how dominant that AGR Super team was, because initially he was a test driver for that team, and he was the guy that could speak the language to everybody.
Yeah, no, he was so talented and just and able to develop the cars. He had great teammates, and it seemed like everything that he did, it helped those drivers.
Yeah.
And the bad side of that is he didn't get the wins that all the other drivers did, or the credibility. He was obviously fast, but he didn't get the wins like, you know, his teammates did at that team.
He did get one win at Kansas when he subbed for the injured Dario Franchitti,
right.
if you remember.
Yeah,
that's when they went to 4 cars.
That's right. That's when they went to 4 cars, and they gave him a big boost. And he obviously a great driver. And now that, you know, they seen that and knew that Colton's a great driver too, and so that Andretti team snagged him as well.
And I mean, you stop and think about the difference that he's made and the impact that he's had on the career of a number of drivers. I think Alexander Rossi would tell you.
Well, Alexander Rossi
is
one of them, but then, you know, Dan Weldon. You know,
right.
I mean, he's got some 500 wins with some really great race drivers, and so obviously they and we'll see what Pato Ward. He's in that 2nd position right now. It's soaking wet out there, still hanging on. But you got to remember, at this point, Pato's probably just hoping for this race, a timed race. It would just almost a little over 10 minutes left.
Yeah, where the clock continues to roll, and the time is down to 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this one. And there's just a handful of cars, Davey, is still stuck on those reds, and right now that's what they are. They're stuck. I mean, they can't there's really nothing much they can do.
Yeah, Pato O'Ward this time is just along for the ride. He just has to keep them on. But, you know, some other great strategies in this race you got to look at down through is Simon Pagano started way in the back. He got the strategy right. Connor Daly, he started fourth this race, Mark. We got to remember, he went back to about 20th or in that area and worked his way back. Great strategy for them. But how about Juan
Montoya? That veteran, my goodness.
Yeah, finds himself in that 6th position. Elio Castroneves started 21st, I think, today.
Yeah.
Finds himself in that 8th position. So a lot of those drivers in the back just played it smart. They got the strategy right. They put the tires on when they needed, and they worked their way towards the front.
Well, Pagano is plus 17. Montoya is plus 17. Herta is plus 13. And Castroneves is plus 11. Ericsson is plus 11. Ericsson is now rebounded to 7.
Yeah, Ericsson, right. I mean, after he led some laps and just didn't have the tires were just absolutely wore out, couldn't hold that lead. But right now, he's in a good position at 7th spot.
Under 10 minutes to go in this race, and Jimmy Johnson, that was up among the front runners, Davey, it looks like they've moved him to the rear of the field.
Yeah, you know, no, right now it's game on, right? And so Jimmy has nothing to gain by staying where he is in that lap traffic. Just put him towards the back of the field. Let the drivers going for the win and for placing positions in front of him, and just let Jimmy try to hold on to finish this race.
If Joseph Newgarden at the end of the season wins the championship by a point, if he completes one more lap, he could maybe point to this race, Davey, because I think he will improve one position over Kyle Kirk.
Yeah, that's right. He will. And that's, what a smart move by that Penske team to get him back in that car and get back on the racetrack.
Michael Young.
Yeah, quickly an update. How wet is it out here? Well, Scott McLaughlin's on the Reds. He's the reason for this caution. He is having a hard time catching the rear of the field. That's how wet it is out here.
And Pato O'Ward, Davey, just spun down in the south end of the racetrack.
He sure did, Mark, and that's back to, he's just trying to figure it out. And, with just over 8 minutes left now, that's not what he needed. He was in that 2nd position. Simon Pagano now is going, come on, man, let's get a green going, because last time it rained here, I won this race. I had something to see if he has anything for Colton Herta. We're yet to see, but they both have rain tires on. And how about our pole sitter, Will Power? I don't know if he's led a lap. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he has not led a lap, Will Power. And so from starting from the pole, finds himself crawled back up in that 3rd position.
And more importantly, if things stand as they are, which they may very well, Will Power would go into preparations for the 106th Indianapolis 500 with a points lead by 17 points.
Yeah, how about that? That's amazing, right? Gaining 3 positions right now. Palou losing only one at this point. Palou, that's another one that he hadn't had the best of days, but he's trying to rebound the best he can, but he's in that 21st position.
So that would be 2 races where going into the race, the points leaders would be guys who haven't won races.
That's right. Exactly right. So that tells you consistency is it. It's all about making sure that you finish the races, be as fast as you can, not make mistakes. And right now, there's still a lot of mistakes that can be made with this wet racetrack.
Clock showing 7.5 minutes remaining. Herta, Pagano, Power, awarded Daly top 5. Lights out on the pace car. Montoya 6th, Ericsson 7th, Castroneves 8th. Grosjean is 9th, Eilot is 10th, Sato 11th, Rosenquist 12th, Malukas 13th, 14th Lundgaard, 15th Harvey, 16th Dixon, 17th Rossi, 18th Calderon, 19th Rahal, 20th McLaughlin. A lap down, 21st Palou, Jimmy Johnson 22nd, 2 laps down. 2 laps down, Di Francesco 23rd, same for VK who's 24th. Newgarden is now 25th, 15 laps down. Kirkwood is 26th, out of the race. Dalton Kellett is out of the race as they make their way through the south end of the racetrack, and hopefully, we will get back to green flag conditions here at the GMR Grand Prix as we have 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and given the times that they'll be turning in the wets, Davey, what do we got? Maybe 3 laps?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right. They may get 4 in at the most, I'm going to have to think, and that's if no more yellows come out. And, here comes Pato. Just waited too late, he has no choice. It's just too wet out there. But we'll see. Right now, Colton Herta has things under control. We'll just see what Simon Pagano could do, see if he's got a better handling rain race car. Now, one thing that Colton Herta is trying to do, put him in that mist.
top three got some separation, Michael, into turn number 1.
Yeah, Colton Herta about 8 car lengths over Simon Pagenaud. Then it's Will Power in that 3rd position. Then Connor Daly struggles in the 4th position. Juan Montoya will try to tuck underneath Connor Daly. Connor struggling to get back under speed. That again, the battle for the 4th position. But now we see Will Power trying to move around as well. So battles all over this place, but Colton Herta with a comfortable lead.
It's an 8 car length advantage, but keep in mind, a few years ago, Simon Pagenaud won an absolute thriller in the rain right here on the road course. So he had to track down and pass Scott Dixon that day. Now he's going to try to get Colton Herta. It's about 8 car lengths into turn number 7. Rooster tails flying off those cars. It's Herta, Pagenaud, and Power through the S's.
And that's going to be the issue, I think, Nick, when they come off of turn number 10, are those rooster tails and how much Colton Herta can put a spray on the car behind him. Right now he has a sizable gap. Then it's Pagenaud. That water really comes up. Herta now works his way into turn number 12. Then behind him, it's Pagenaud. You wait just a little bit before Power and then Daly. They work their way now, the leaders. Colton Herta off at turn number 12.
Castro Neves, Sato, Montoya, Ilott, back in the pack from about 6th on back. And now that the dust is the rain has settled a little bit where we can see dust left us a long time ago, Davey. It's Juan Montoya currently running in the 6th position as the leaders head back to turn number 1.
Yeah, Colton Herta, these are the biggest rooster tails we've seen all afternoon. He's about a 2.5 over Simon Pagenaud. Then Will Power in that 3rd position. He will break cleanly. Connor Daly now in turn number 4. And look who's on the attack. Here comes Marcus Ericsson for that 4th position. Takuma Sato will drive deep into turn number 1. Nearly takes out Juan Montoya. But that battle again for the 4th position. It's Connor Daly, Marcus Ericsson, who's starting deep in this field, trying to get around. Connor Daly makes his way through turns 5 and 6. And here comes Marcus Ericsson.
Ericsson gets a good charge through the switchback. He'll get to the rear wing of Connor Daly and try to move left or right to try to find some vision. He'll move left to the inside. Does he try to outbreak Connor Daly? He's going to give it a try. They'll go wheel to wheel into turn number 7. Ericsson has the inside. He has the advantage. He has the spot. Marcus Ericsson gets around Connor Daly in turn 7.
And Colton Herta has already set up now for turn number 12. It is standing water, literally almost white water down towards the bottom of the racetrack. Taking a look back now at Marcus Ericsson. He is distanced from Connor Daly. A little bit further back, it's Juan Montoya and Felix Rosenquist. Mark, all of a sudden, it is a flurry of activity here on the south end.
Yeah, we picked up that battle in the south end on our monitor, too. That's the battle for the 6th position between Juan Montoya and Felix Rosenquist. They are hopeful of tracking down Connor Daly, who lost a position to Marcus Ericsson. Meanwhile, back up front, it's Herta, Pagenaud, Power, then Ericsson, then Daly. Marcus Ericsson with some breathing room now. Michael Young, he's 4th. Connor Daly is 5th. And then it's Rosenquist, Montoya with Takuma Sato trying to gather it back.
Yeah, that battle for that 6th position. There we see Felix Rosenquist, and here comes Takuma Sato. He will get easily around Juan Montoya, but it will drive in too deep and lose ground. Now Takuma Sato will have to tuck back in underneath the rear wing of Juan Montoya. That will allow Felix Rosenquist to check out. So in this race, several of these drivers try to negotiate. Nick Yeoman, this day belongs to Colton Herta if he can keep it together for a couple of more minutes.
Yeah, but behind it is a lot of fun watching a pair of drivers with a combined age in the 80s. Montoya and Sato, both Indy 500 winners, and both slugging it out, trying to get into the 6th position. Up front, though, Jake, things looking clear, despite not from the skies for Colton Herta.
I'll tell you what, there is literally accumulated water. It would technically be at the bottom of the racetrack if you're speaking in the terms of the oval. But when they go through there, like, for example, as Marcus Ericsson does just now, if you go too hot, you can literally kind of slide across it. Oh, it almost got Felix Rosenquist. Now, all of a sudden, it does get another one further behind. I believe that might be Juan Montoya. Mark, I'll let you ID it, but one of the cars got loose in that water, made contact with the outside wall just prior to turn number 12.
And that is the car of Juan Montoya, and that is a damaged race car, Davey, damage to the left front. A promising day goes away for Juan Montoya as we have a full course caution.
And it's going to end the race. It's going to be it. Yeah, it's going to be that. That's it. Time's up, and Colton Herta is going to be our winner.
How about that? Colton Herta, Davey, he said it in the pre-race show that he was hoping for rain because he felt like that was his best chance to win. And I go all the way back to the beginning, Davey, when he made the call to come onto pit road for tires before anyone else.
Yeah, he was the first one, and that put him from 14th to second, and then in one lap he went to first. So we really gained him the lead, and then he just never gave it up. They had good strategy. They put the wets on or the reins on, and they stuck with it. This was really a dry. Or then they put the dries on. It was a dry race right here till the end, and they even made a mistake by putting dries on. But fortunately for VK spinning, it got them a chance to come in and put the wets on.
A couple of unforced errors for that kid, Davey. He kind of needed this win, didn't he?
Yeah, a couple unforced errors. The great thing with that it's going to give him a big boost coming into the month of May for the Indy 500. It shoots him from he gained 6. He was 12th in points, or he was 11th in points, moves him to 6th, only 38 points out. So good run for him. But how about Will Power? Hasn't won a race yet, but leading these points.
Yeah, and I think from Colton Herta's perspective, I don't think he lacks confidence, and I think not only does it give him momentum, but winning creates momentum among the race team, and they have to feel awfully good about their chances. The white flag's going to fly this time by for Colton Herta. And the fans that are here, the hardiest of fans who have remained throughout this inclement weather, Michael Young, they're standing and waving their hats in salute for Colton Herta.
Yes, indeed they are. They have stood tall this entire time through the rain. You wanted a rain race? Well, you got one today. And we talk about this young man. Does he crumble under the pressure? He did in Nashville. Then he did it again in Long Beach. But of the most adverse conditions, he managed them today masterfully. The young Colton Herta will sweep his way through turn number 3 under this caution. He drove a whale of a race today with his race strategist, Brian Herta, his father. He will make his way through turns 5 and 6 for the final time. Nick Yeoman, hats off to Colton Herta today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we've got to call this final lap because we've seen guys spinning under caution all day long. The good news, though, for Colton Herta, made the right call to get on those wet weather tires, and now he's just a few corners away. He's had a hard time closing the deal on race wins, but looks like he's finally going to get it done here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, Simon Pagenaud sitting in that second position. How about Will Power? He's about to go 5 for 5 with top 4 finishes to start the season. But Jake, it looks like it's going to be the Herta family, Brian and Colton, who are going to win the day here at Indianapolis.
Give a lot of credit to Colton Herta because he put himself in the advantageous position of being up front when that water really started to accumulate. You could see it. You could absolutely see it when these cars would come through, that everybody all of a sudden just kind of had to tiptoe. It's as if that 9-degree, 12-minute banking of the oval here just pushed all that water down to the bottom of the racetrack, and after 2 laps, they knew it was there, and they knew they had to tiptoe through. But for Colton Herta, he was able to do so with a clean racetrack in front of him because he put himself in position to be up front. And up front is where he is now, behind the pace car that continues to flash its lights. One more right-hand turn marked for Colton Herta.
Well, who knows what or where the future holds for this talented young driver. But the here and now is the fact that he is the winner. He sees the twin checkers, and Colton Herta wins the 2022 GMR Grand Prix here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Simon Pagenaud is second, Will Power is third, Marcus Ericsson is fourth, and Connor Daly completes the top 5.
Hey Google, play IndyCar Radio on TuneIn.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with the 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
There are many ways to say Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. You could say it with your show choir buddies at your high school reunion.
Miller Lite is more taste and no 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Only 1 more calorie.
However you say it, it's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer per 12 full ounces. Miller Lite, 96 calories, 3.2 carbs. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Taste test performed by Institute for Perception, February 2018.
This is NTT IndyCar Series driver Rinus VeeKay from the road course at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the IndyCar Radio Network.
Hi everyone, this is 1986 Indy 500 winner Bobby Rahal. I'm a board member of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum because I believe the stories and legends of the Brickyard need to be shared. You can join me in supporting the IMS Museum simply by becoming a member. Join the museum today and enjoy free admission all year, plus discounts for events, track tours, and at the gift shop, plus invitations to special members-only events. Learn more at imsmuseum.org.
A visit from an IndyCar driver can make a world of difference to a hospitalized child, taking a young patient's mind off painful treatments, giving them hope and speeding their recovery. Since 1990, Racing for Kids has helped IndyCar drivers touch the hearts of more than 45,000 sick children in over 750 hospitals across North America, while raising nearly $8 million for their care. Racing for Kids and IndyCar, helping sick children for more than 3 decades. To support or join the effort, go to racingforkids.org.
Full field rundown. Colton Herta, your winner. Simon Pagenaud second. Will Power third. Marcus Ericsson fourth. Connor Daly fifth. Felix Rosenquist sixth. Calamine.